Right? Live now? Okay, good. Is it working here? Cool, it is working. Alright, let's go.
Authorization success.
Let's get on in. Alright, let me get the background music playing. Right. Okay. Alright, go here. Oh yeah, I never claimed these this week. I should have claimed them earlier, but I didn't. I should do the thing here too. Right. More exploration done here. Are all the main maps done? Cool, they are. Hi Tayo, hi Tira. Welcome, welcome. Apparently we got stuff to look at. We got more stuff to look at later. More spicy stuff, so that'll be interesting. Yeah, we actually did play Nikki yesterday. It is Sag, but the VOD is still always going to be up there, right? The VOD will always be up. But yeah, unfortunate. I mean, part of it is just, I have to like do the audio, right? When I crank up the bass artificially and lower the higher end, it just sounds this way. I mean, that's the problem, right? I mean, like, it's cause like I've been slowly playing around with the equalizer. I don't know. I don't. It makes it gives it that feeling, you know? Like if I lower the higher end and then raise the low end, it does this. But then if I reset it, it's like this. Does this sound a bit better? Right? Because like I'm trying to see what I can do to mitigate things. But like if I do this, or because it's like the my vocal range and shit, right? If I go raise that one, right? Lower that one, and then raise the low end, and then you end up with this. You know, like there's like that as like the little thing. I did not watch a stream, but there are a lot of like videos and stuff on it. But yeah, like it's kind of like this effect. I don't know if it like helps or anything, but when I reset the equalizer, you know, you have that. But then when I do this, you know, when I like intentionally lower the high end and raise the low end, now I sound like this. Yeah, I heard about that. There's no official news on it yet though, so we don't really try to talk about it until there's actual official news, right? Just out of respect for the thing, until they officially announce something, we treat it as a rumor. It's only fair to do it that way. Yeah, like I'm trying to see what I can do with the mic, right? It's just like, yeah, you guys gotten used to how it sounded before. And I'm like, I guess I should have been like a lot, you know, slower with the tuning there. And only raise it a little bit. Yeah, fair enough. I leave the bass up. But then I have to like lower the high end. Do I keep the high end lower though? Because like, yeah, I cranked the bass. Which, yeah. Like, it does change how it sounds a bit. Because, yeah. I raised the base. Do I not have, like, old man or anything? Nope. Cool. Right, no old man, no nothing there. So we're good on that front. Do, 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 do. Yeah, one of the like hoping that Mr. Cake stream for a moment. I see. Yeah, fair enough. Honestly, there's like something like I read somewhere and a tweet I saw that like I guess I could make a video on it. I was like talking about it on like a Discord server, different thing. Because like it is something to think about. At some point, I'll probably make a video on it, just talking about it. What do you mean my equalizer sounds like a problem? If I turn off the equalizer, it sounds like this. No, it's not that. Like, it's definitely not the equalizer, because, like, yeah, I sound like this when I remove the effect. But, like, you know, when I, like, start changing things, well, this is what happens when I adjust the 8 kilohertz band. If I lower it, I sound like this. But then if I raise it, I sound like this. You know? But if I leave it at 0, I sound like this. And then I do 4 kilohertz, and then you can hear, this is when it's raised, and this is when it's lowered. It gets, you know, big. And then, you know, if I go do 63 hertz, if I lower it, you know, I sound like this. But if I raise it, I sound like that. Right? It's like, there's a lot of smaller things in there. There's like a bunch of things I can like adjust. But yeah. Right. Like if I do this, and then keep this one lower, I'll sound like this. Maybe we keep it this way, I don't know. What sounds better or not, up to you guys to decide and figure that out, I guess. At the same time. Oh yeah, eventually I'm gonna need to do that stuff here. No, we just wait for reset to try those things, I guess. No, I never finished these ones yet. Okay. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. What's today's join ops? Carnival party, okay. We do carnival party then? Let's do that. 80 and 12? I mean, it doesn't work that way, right? I need a way to, like, show, like, the full range of this thing. I'll just send you what, like, it looks like here. Where is it? Oh, here. That's what I have it set to right now. Right. This freaking mouse is so terrible at keeping it charged now at this point. Hi Zedmeister. Thanks for the resub as well, 19 months now. Fuck, I need to get a new mouse. But like, finding a really nice replacement MMO mouse that like matches what I'm using is pain. I'm messing around with my equalizer, man. That's probably part of it. Like, it's the problem is the freaking thing isn't tracking properly at times. I mean, I've been slowly. The issue's been like a thing this whole year that like is sometimes there, sometimes it gets worse, and like it's not really keeping it charged very well either. The problem is like I can't even find like the same model of the mouse that I'm using in stock, so I can't just buy a new one. And even then, even if I do get a new one, like, it's just gonna be a pain to reset up the mouse again. Because of like all the macros and stuff I have on it. Like the mouse I'm using, it has like what? 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, what, 19 buttons? I use a 19 button mouse. Right, like I've been using, you know, an MMO mouse because, yeah. I actually need those buttons. But like, yeah, this mouse is old and worn out. This wireless MMO mouse is like old and worn out. It barely even keeps it charged properly these days. I think it's more like it's just not getting enough power to power the freaking sensor sometimes. But like, yeah. And even then, like, some of the other, like, similar button count mice don't have the buttons in the same position. So it's like, I would want it to be, like, the same kind of thing in wireless, because obviously I play from bed. Part of why some of those mic setups wouldn't work either as well, those cheaper things. I play from bed. Also, I need to have it plugged into my mixer. Because it makes it easier to manage audio and stuff. Okay. Okay, at least join up done. But yeah, I wonder like how they would like handle if they do like a merge and then maybe even release classic. Cause like I heard something where like maybe if like you swipe on live server, you also get stuff on classic server or something. That could be interesting. Okay. Yeah, like sometimes it just doesn't, like it just like stops picking up. Honestly, that would be great if they did do like account shared one and like applied it retroactively as well. Like if they did that and also applied it retroactively, that would be so huge. That would be so huge. Right, that would be like super huge. Like it'd be super pog if they did that. They'd have to figure out how to do that, but it would be super pog. Okay. Alright, let's see. Let me just click on the things on my alt. Where is it? There you are, Claudia. Alright, we're just gonna quickly do dailies, and then I guess we can, like, because this is gonna be a lot to look at anyways, we can, like, do reacts earlier. I do wonder, though, like, how they're gonna handle stuff, though, because, like, reward distribution for global has been different, like, is different when Level Infinite had it, compared to how Perfect World gives stuff. Technically speaking, we got more free shit, and we got better deals on global than CN got from Perfect World. Like, that's the thing, right? Will they keep things, like, the same? Or will we get our stuff nerfed down to, like, CN levels? Because, like, global stuff, we had stuff different, you know, from CN. Like, we actually got more of everything than CN did. Which is, it's kind of weird to think about it. But, like, yeah. They gave us more shit on global than CN would get. I mean, of course, they just go out of bounds. It's easier. Best way to do things. Always best to be out of bounds. Okay, exoskeleton patrol droids, sure. It saves so much time to be out of bounds. Basically, potential merge, so basically, ToF Global will EOS from Level Infinite. Perfect World will take over. Right? Perfect World will take over ToF Global. Potential for ToF Classic to actually come out after that happens. Also potential for merge with PlayStation and stuff. That would be, like, on the table if that happens. Also, there's a rumor of an Xbox version. That's basically what's potentially on the table. Also, you would have to, like, rebind your account to the new Perfect World account when that happens. No, there's no confirmation, but it becomes possible. It won't be impossible if they do that. Like, once Perfect World takes over, it'll probably be, like, a transition period. But I don't see why they wouldn't want to merge and bring PlayStation on top as well. I don't see why they wouldn't want to do that. So it's possible. Right, like, it's possible, but no confirmation. That's kind of like basically what's going on there. But that's not until February. Like, end of February. Well, we don't know. You're waiting for Nemesis on a banana. True. Also, the potential merge might also break mods and might need some weird launcher for people to start using again. Potentially. Anyways. We'll have to see what happens. And it's not like Hoppa doesn't know we use mods. Let's be real. It's not like they don't know. They are aware of the mods. They are aware of it. They know full well what you guys are doing. They technically don't care. At least somewhat don't care. They technically somewhat don't care. They only care enough, the amount they need to care, basically. That's true. Who knows how their servers are gonna be handled. But at the same time, I guess it's a great way for them to, like, test and figure stuff out. Hey, who knows? Maybe we could get a cloud version. Who knows? Maybe we could get a cloud version. But were you on PS4 or PS5? Because, like, the PS4 is a piece of crap. It was a piece of crap more than 10 years, was it 11 or 12 years ago when it came out? The PS4? It was garbage when it came out, the PS4, and it's even more garbage today. I mean, that's part of the problem there. PS4 is PS4. Yeah, no, it's the PS4 problem, man. The phone you're using is probably better on the CPU side than your PS4. Graphics-wise, no, but CPU-wise, your phone in your pocket is a lot better than the PS4 CPU. The actual CPU in the PS4 is hilariously awful. Like, it was so awful, AMD literally almost went out of business bad. That's how bad it was. It literally almost made AMD go out of business. People like to meme and call it the fail dozer. By the way. If you know, you know. But, like, yeah. It was a hilariously bad chip. The product line it was part of. But, hey, the console makers got them for literally dirt cheap. Like, literally for nothing. Because nobody wanted them. And, like, why would you? Alright, that was before they figured their shit out and actually made something not crap. But yeah, if you know, you know. Okay, let's go get to a charging station first, or... wait. I guess there's a charging station here. But yeah. Like, that's just the thing there. It is what it is, though. It is what it is. Okay, and then hi, Derico. I forgot about that. Forgot to acknowledge you. Let's charge the battery. And then wait, I should just go to the AFK spot without charging the battery. Wait, no, I should also check the market. I should have made sure to check the market first. Then deal with the battery stuff. I do wonder if that means we'll get more, like, more domain guard stuff once Perfect World takes over. It also potentially means we'll actually get Break from Destiny updated. Potentially. I mean, next unit is going to be Claudia first. Right, Claudia first, and then after Claudia's Nemesis. What do you mean, wait, is it confirmed? The CN already has it. Yeah, well, CN, that's the order on CN, so why wouldn't it be? Like, yeah, that's basically how they do things, you know? Claudia first. Yeah, hi, Mimigumi. Good evening. Or, morning to you, it's... yeah. God damn it. Yeah, I need to get a new fucking mouse, man. I need to get a new mouse and a large mouse mat again. I probably should just get a new one. Yeah, Claudia Nemesis EOS new character. Yep. It's the funny kind of EOS. The banana the banana joke, man. We're not. There's no point. It makes no sense for them to catch up to CN like that. It doesn't make sense. Logically speaking, it doesn't make sense for them to do it. There's no benefit. Yeah, the Nordium thing is quite something, man. It definitely changes how you look at things. Exactly. They don't have the workflow for it. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be set up for that to be possible. And like, that's just not realistically gonna happen. The thing is, the way they have the game structured is it doesn't make sense for them to do it anyways. Like, it doesn't make much sense for them to do that with the game structured the way it is. It doesn't. Like, it doesn't really make sense for them to do it. There's not really much benefit to doing it, to making it catch up like that. Because the global version has different stuff just in general at play. It's just that much more different that it just doesn't make much sense. At least in the current state of things. Right, like, it just doesn't make sense. Okay. I guess we can start doing some reacts now. We only have 14 people here, but more people will show up after. Whatever. Okay. We'll open this chat thing here first, so then we have that loaded in. Okay, cool. What the hell is this? The fuck is this? I haven't seen the new Arknight's Enfield thing. We'll look at that later. I already did my Snowbreak stuff off stream. I already did my Nikki dailies off stream as well, because like those take like 1 minute. I just log in, click on claim all the stuff, and then I'm done. Right, like... Okay, well, there's a bunch of stuff here. Oh, there's a lot I was sent. There is a lot. Here, right, let me open up the Discord server first so we can, like, look. And then there's, like, other videos I think I found as well that we can look at, too. Let's see. Wuthering Waves is not a good game. Oh, boy. Wuba has a problem. Oh, boy. Wuthering Waves is doomed. Let's go. Yeah, we'll start with the Tectone one then. Let's go, Tectone first.
Ryuku Sensei put up this video. I've been linking this ever since it was released. It's
What
a
I
video
hate. Okay.
shitting on Wuthering Waves. It has barely any dislikes, and I'm always down to hear criticism on everything. But I am very curious what he hates about Wuthering Waves, and if any of it is exclusive to that game and not Genshin Impact. So let's see what he says.
Into Honkai Star Rail. You thought Wuthering Waves was going to get a pass?
It's a really good video with bad jokes. 10 out of 10.
Okay.
Let's find out.
Let's see.
Oh yeah, this guy's gonna be hard on Wuthering Waves. Have you seen his channel? He's a total Kurobot. You guys clearly don't know me. Time to burn my bridge with Kuro, I guess. So let's get into it.
Okay.
So just how much of a Kurobot am I? Well, I've been playing since launch and I have 2 accounts. One at Uni level 75 and the other at level 74. With both accounts combined, I have every limited weapon and character.
How the fuck does this guy spend that much time on it, man? The fuck is this guy's crazy?
What about Ling Yang? Oh, excuse me, sorry, my mistake. I meant every character that matters. Even before launch, I was really looking forward to exploring this post-apocalyptic wasteland. It set itself apart from the other open-world action RPGs that were out there or that had been announced. I was excited to see a...
It set itself apart how? How did it set itself apart? I really don't know how. I really don't.
A mature take on the genre.
Sure.
A gritty world battling against monsters that could take you out at any moment if you weren't careful.
Yeah, take you out at any moment. Sure. Sure.
Instead, you got a dating simulator with every new character that drops. Wuthering Waves, more like Gathering Wives.
I was particularly happy with the variety of characters, both male and female. They were incredibly well designed, and I was glad to see how many badass looking men there were too. They were so cool, I wanted to play all of them. Well, almost all of them. I'll stop bullying them now, I promise. My problems with Wuthering Waves started from the very beginning, like practically the first line I heard in English from Yang Yang.
Are you alright?
Yeah, that.
Do you feel any discomfort?
So bad.
Oh boy.
It was so
I
fucking
know
bad.
Yeah.
I'm the first person to complain about.
Thankfully, it's fixed, but yeah, the VA and Wuthering
No,
Waves
you-
is one of the
to
worst
fix
I've
it, you
ever
just
seen
mute
early
them.
on. I believe they've gone
You
back
mute
and
it.
fixed it, but I can't say that with certainty. At least they were saying that they were going to.
This, and I doubt I'll be the last. But
It was good
seriously,
in
did the
JP?
VA have
Okay.
absolutely no direction in her voice
To
acting?
fix it, you just
Listening
get rid
back
of
to
it.
She sounds like an alien pretending to be human.
Yep.
Not only that, it was very clear that she was struggling with her voice lines,
Yeah.
particularly to do with the names of things.
I guess.
The statue of Jue, the sentinel in Zhengzhou, and the shape.
Yeah, I'll be real. The barrier to entry for Wuthering Waves is kind of like the barrier to entry for JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. The opening sequence is so fucking bad. This is pretty much where 99% of players who quit.
Of a long.
One particular
Yep.
word she
I
said
don't blame
sounded the same.
anybody for swapping to JP.
Huang Long.
I was sure they used the exact same clip and just forcibly inserted it after the fact. I
Yeah.
actually compared the waveforms, and even though they did sound very similar, they weren't in fact the same. So I guess she just naturally sounds like a robot.
We are
Yep.
the gorgeous spirits. It's on
Statue
the outskirts of Zhengzhou. Huang Long.
Yeah, and it really sucks. because
Dragon
the voice
Joe.
actor of Yang Yang was on the original developer live stream, and she sounded very lively, but then when she goes in game, she just sounds like, yeah, I mean, AI text-to-speech, bro. It's so bad. I actually wish they would replace her voice lines with AI. And I know that's fucked up to say, but like, it's so bad. Replace
It's
that
so
shit with a
bad
robot,
that
bro. I don't
AI will
care.
be better.
'Cause it cannot get worse than this.
These odd
Nice.
line reads felt unnatural, like she was going to say something more. Like that. Didn't
Yep.
sound natural, did it? I heard that they redid
I mean-
some of these early
The thing is, it's not even that. You look at the dialogue. The dialogue makes it worse. You look at how like you can read and listen to how the characters speak, how they talk, the word choice they use, not just the tone, but their word choice. Right, and then you also can't forget the fact that the character's supposed to have amnesia, or something, and that's how they're acting, and that's how they're speaking to that type of person. And like that just makes it worse. It's like once you add all the context into it too, it just gets worse. They're not even looking at it with context. It's missing context and it's already bad. But once you add context, it gets worse. Yeah, because like the story in a lot of these things, the way they talk, the characters talk, right? The dialogue, it's awful. Like the dialogue is legitimately just terrible in all of these.
lines, but at the time of recording this video, she still sounded as unnatural as on launch day. Changing to Japanese quickly solved that problem, so it wasn't too much of a problem for me. Though, to be
Changing
honest,
the
I
way
can't
they
entirely blame her.
the
A lot
language
of the
they
names
speak
this
in
game are
doesn't really
difficult for
solve that
anyone not
either.
familiar in the Chinese language to pronounce. And even in Japanese, the kanji being used for the names is somewhat obscure. So without furigana, Japanese players had absolutely no idea how to read certain names.
Sure.
Oh yeah, and look at this character here, right? Where's her kidney? She's missing her kidney, right? That's
Even the
Scar.
name of the game itself went misread for a long time as Narushio, and I think that's what frustrated a lot of the new players. It's not so much that there was too much new jargon in general, but a lot of the new stuff which wasn't jargon sounded like jargon because they were putting everything through this Chinese nomenclature. I never really had that issue with the opening act, so I took a look into to see what was being said. Tacit Discord, monster. Tacit Field, monster area. Tacit Mark, black thing on your skin. Etheric Sea, thing up in the sky.
Her kidney
Reroll
from
one
Orb, yeah.
Yeah, okay, this one was a bit of a miss. Retroact Rain wasn't important at the time, but got explained in detail later. Sonorosphere, Portal.
There's too
Another
much.
Big bad boss monster. So putting
Yeah, they talk about too much at once. You're supposed to have amnesia. Like, the reality is, the expectation for the type of character that you're supposed to be, like the main character, I think you would think the main character would be terrified as well. Like it's just
about 10 pieces of new jargon that we had to learn, and a lot of it was kind of self-explanatory. But I definitely understand
that's
those
fine.
who were trying to follow
It's
and
not too
memorize all
egregious.
the new names.
It's not
of
too out of the
everything,
ordinary.
and we're getting confused. I get it. I really do. You're not wrong for feeling that way. I just personally didn't.
However, I think the reason why I'm used to it now is because I've been conditioned to enjoy it.
Yeah, he's conditioned. That's the thing. They're conditioned to get used to it rather than like actually, you know, it is super overused. It is super overused.
I really don't like when other games like Monster Hunter have languages where this is Monster Hunter speak. It is very frustrating. And when a new term is introduced, it needs to be explained fucking immediately, because otherwise my brain's just going to turn off and not pay attention.
Didn't have that particular issue. Anyway, we continue through the story, meet Baija, Wood, and I liked how he eased the player into the combat. And if there's one thing that Wuthering Waves does really well, it's the combat.
Sure.
I still remember my first time fighting Crownless, feeling like an absolute badass, pulling off all those dodges, counters, and perfect parries. And when the second phase starts, the amazing guitar
I just
comes in and
love
you're pulling
click.
off these really clean
Yeah,
cinematic
then they
finishing
remove
moves.
this fight from the
It
game.
just felt so good. Whatever happened to those?
Yeah, they
we'll never
removed
do
it.
this ever again when fighting Crownless or any boss monsters. It would have been really cool to have a particular finishing move for each boss, depending on if certain conditions were met. I'm sure it would have been difficult to animate
Yeah, it
finishers
happened
for
in
each
Dreamless.
character.
I
but
don't think this is...
I mean, they had finishing moves for characters in PGR. Every Uniframe character had finishing moves. They even had special combo moves called speed attacks. Heck, one of the characters in PGR, you literally have them grab the enemies by the throat, dragging them across the ground, and then throwing them after. Right? But where's all that stuff? They don't have any of that.
I would
don't
be
think this is
fine if it was
necessary
just for the
at
MC
all.
alone. A little something to make them special. They are the MC after all.
Nah,
Then we
it's
continue
whatever,
on
doesn't
to
really
what I
matter.
think is the weakest part of 1.0, the fucking treasure hunt. So we meet Sanhua.
Like,
God.
it would be cool, but like, who cares?
Everything is just
like, who cares?
crap.
Like, once you see it once, it loses its novelty. It doesn't need to happen.
Wood, and she gives us some items from Jinshi: a sugar pearl, a leaf, a mangosteen fruit, and a sundial. Okay, so like I said, I have 2 accounts, and both times I played through this part of the story quest, I was left thinking, what was the point of that? We were told to go out and find what the meaning behind these items is, but in the end, we weren't even the ones to find out most of the information. The sugar pearl, Baija.
I'll be real. The dialogue for Sanhua and Mortefi, when you first get to the main town, is where I unironically wanted to quit the game, because it was so
I wouldn't be
fucking drab.
surprised.
The voice acting was so bad. I was like, I don't want to fucking touch this shit.
I mean,
Finds out
the voice
spring,
acting is
sundown,
awful,
Mortefi
the
fixes it,
dialogue
and the leaf,
itself
Baija
is
and Young and
awful.
just
Shit
tell us.
dragged
3 out
hard.
of
It
4
makes
things
it
were good for
worse.
us, and the 4th thing was just us going to a harbor to be told that they get imported. Okay. Apparently that was supposed to tell us how the people of Jinchou lived or something. And at the end
They
of it all, when we
imported,
asked to find out
uh-huh.
what the point of it all was,
Yeah, what
Jinshi
is
said,
the
Yeah,
point?
Sanhua was great, but Mortefi was so
And I
bad I
only
couldn't
had the
stand
time
it.
to prepare some tokens for you.
Translation?
I don't even have time to explain why I don't have time to explain.
Yep.
So she had the time
Even-
to get
even
all these
Jinshi
very
talking
specific
was rough
items
as
to
fuck.
give to Rover, but she didn't have the time to write a damn.
The good news is, you had a skip button. Imagine that, and all of the problems are fixed.
No,
sticky
that
notes?
doesn't
Come
fix
on,
the
you just don't
problem.
get it. She had to do that to test.
And this is where Tectone is stupid too. A skip button doesn't solve the problem. You're ignoring the problem. You're not fixing the problem. The problem is still there. You're just ignoring it. That's the thing that's dumb about that take there as well, right? A skip button doesn't solve the problem. It lets you ignore the problem. It's not as if the problem isn't gone. It's still there. He's slowly accepting it. Yeah, I'll make like, yeah. I mean, we'll play it like we'll play it on stream when 2.0 comes. I'll have to set up a special macro for story bosses, so I don't have to actually touch the game, and we can play Balatro or something while we wait for the bosses to kill themselves in the story. But yeah. And the thing is that you skip all of it, and then like, what's the point? But then like, there's other things too that people won't accept as well about the game, and it's like the story is only a small piece that's a problem out of just a mountain of issues. They fucked up again. They nerfed the pyro DPS tracking. Okay. Well then, but that's their own problem, man. You're gonna log in, do content. Why? What content? You already you skip all the story. So what content is left? Do you even want to do it? Right? He's understanding there's a flaw with his logic there with Wuthering Waves. Don't think he's happy when you admitted, like, yeah. Of course. Technically, no. It's not illegal. It isn't illegal. It's not. It's just that, there's a bunch of other weird shit they have to go deal with and stuff at the same time. That, like, you know, you could still you know, sue them back for a different thing. It's a weird gray area, but no, it's not illegal. It technically isn't illegal for them to do that. It's not, but it's definitely very frowned upon. Yeah, that's why you're also contemplating, do you even want to? Exactly, and that's its own problem there. And then you have to keep in mind how your time spent logged in is and what you're doing. A lot of people forget that. And then the other problem too is, like, the reality is, when you're watching someone play these gachas, the games are boring to watch. They're not really that interesting. They really aren't. So you're staying there because of the person playing it, if you're gonna watch someone play it, not because of the game. The reality is, watching gachas on stream, a lot of them are extremely boring. You may not want to admit it, but like the gameplay to look at it, it's kind of boring. Because there's barely anything in there. Yeah, they can make changes so they want to release after. They can't mess their agreement. It's its own messy situation, but no, they can. But yeah,
Rover. It was for Rover to discover things about himself while looking
balance
into those
patches
things. Yeah, and we
have
learned
been
those
a
things
thing
from books
since
from people,
forever.
not from those items themselves, did we? Sorry, but no. In the end, it was basically, you've forgotten everything, so go to the library and study up, scrub. I'll say this though, even though the actual stuff being said was kind of stupid at times, I really enjoyed listening to the story play out. There weren't many weird dead spaces between dialogues. There was a good amount of changes in camera angles, camera movement, as well as the movement.
As a matter of fact, there was so little time between dialogue that sometimes the characters wouldn't even finish what they were saying before it skipped to the next dialogue if you put it in autoplay.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, there was so little empty spaces, there was actually negative spaces. That shit was wild.
And facial expressions
I
on
mean,
the
negative
characters themselves
space,
that sound
nice.
like real people actually interacting with each other, in Japanese anyway. Sorry, I'm sure she's a lovely woman and all, but can you replace her with someone that doesn't sound like she's just recently had a lobotomy? The only thing I wish I could do is put it on auto.
That's a good one.
Select the dialogue
So
option for me.
true, man. Hey, here's the thing, man. I don't give a fuck about somebody's feelings. I just want a good product. I've been saying that shit for years.
Yeah.
Stop giving
Okay.
us choices that aren't choices.
Illusions of choice. I don't know why the fuck they do it.
Jesus Christ. Unless it
It's
actually
not a
has some
choice,
degree of
yeah.
Every gacha game does this, by the way. It's so fucking annoying.
Yeah, it's
on how the
annoying.
conversation plays out. Literally nobody liked this shit. It doesn't make us feel like we are actually the character. It doesn't help us feel more immersed in the story. If anything, it pulls us out of the story to have to go through this unnecessary attention check. It feels like I'm watching a long YouTube video and I get a message asking if I'm still watching. I'm trying to watch a 10-hour
Yep.
lap of the Burners dance here. Do you mind? Actually, no. No.
Side note, there's a dude making a full-blown Burnus porn music video.
Okay
Where
then.
he's gonna get synced to the beat of the Bernice song. Ain't gonna lie, it's not made yet.
what?
Somebody's making that. And they've
The
put like
fuck?
a month and a half of work into it.
Now that I think about it, it's even worse than
What?
that. It feels like when someone asks your opinion on what they should do, you give your opinion and
Who? Slade.com. I did a podcast with him before.
they just completely
Okay,
ignore it. I
then.
guess I'll just go fuck myself then. This isn't a Wuthering Waves only problem either. It's something that I have always and will always rage against whenever I see it, in every game I play. Please,
Yep.
for the love of God, just stop it. These useless dialogue options were especially annoying later on when we meet up with Gian. He brings us into the war room to talk about strategies, or rather he just asks us what we think the strategy should be, but if
Yeah, and then it's
I
like
think
you can't pick.
This was really good.
No.
personally. I thought Gian's dialogue and everything involving Gian was
No.
very good. I also like how they showed you when you were picking your war choices why they wouldn't work. I actually really enjoyed this.
if we don't choose the right one, the game says,
Isn't that cute? But it's wrong!
It's wrong. Then
why
what's the
were we being
point?
asked to decide the strategy in the first place? You're the general here, Gian. You decide.
Well, the reason why is because you're the main character, and it actually does make it feel
No.
more involved. It's kind of like you were brainstorming ideas, and then you stumble upon the right idea together. And when they show, when you pick the wrong choices, it actually shows you why they don't work, which I liked. It wasn't a, no, I don't like that. It's, well, let's give it a shot. In simulation. Doesn't work? This won't work. Let's try something new. I thought it was good.
Okay.
But anyway, putting that aside, they should just get rid of these dialogue options entirely. Oh wait, no, actually, better yet, have them actually, make a difference. Imagine if we were
Sure,
actually...
I do think that is cool. There are other games where You just say, I want to fight like this, and it is the way you fight. I think that's fine. However, I think usually I don't like this, but because they showed it, I was fine with it, like a simulation.
Able to decide which forces went where. This could have been a great chance to keep the game easy for the casual players, but make it more difficult for the ones who want the challenge. Each dialogue option could have a little note next to it saying...
But I do agree, this, what he's saying, would be better than the original, but I didn't think it was egregious and that big of a problem.
Moderate, tricky, for the player to understand what they were choosing. And after that, the route, monsters, and difficulty changes depending on that choice. Why can't we have done that? We're ending at the same place anyway. This was one of the main criticisms from CBT to official release, wasn't it? The casuals wanted things to be easier and simpler, and the hardcore players wanted things to be more difficult and complex. Why not turn something that everybody hates into something that everybody loves? Make these the points in the story where the player can choose what level of difficulty they want to try. So a casual player can stick with the easy mode or try the intermediate or hard levels every now and then, and the hardcore players could get the difficulty they want, but make it easier if they're not in the mood that day or something. You don't need to turn it into a Telltales game. That's not what I'm asking for. Have your main plot points, but in certain sections have detours for the players to choose their level of difficulty. Sure, everyone winds up at the same place in the end, so it doesn't really change anything as a whole, but allowing players to choose their own experience at least lets us feel like we're making a difference. Doing something like this could satisfy players of all difficulties, easily. After deciding the battle plans, we meet up with the other
then I would just only put it on the easiest because I couldn't be bothered to do anything.
Tauchi, we just
especially
met Yang Yang.
Hey, to the one chatter, Kritai Gyat, every chatter should strive to do what you're doing right now. You are doing the man of 100 chatters right now, man.
I mean, like,
killing it. You're reacting.
I would do it on the easiest mode just so I wouldn't have to do it as much.
Who the fuck is this dude? Like, I know it's Yuan Wu, the guy who looks like the last boss of both Discord mods and Redditors.
Damn.
I've never seen this guy in the story or even in the side stories like Ling Yang. Why the hell is he showing up for this Avengers Assemble moment? I feel bad for the voice actor. He gets brought in for literally one line and then never used again.
Yep.
So I think it was kind of made this way. I don't know if any of you guys had a problem with this. I didn't. I also thought this was cool. It was kind of just like anybody who's anybody is going to show up because we're in that desperate need of a final force to fend off this planetary level threat.
Yeah, I get it. But man, that scene is super lame. Like, I get it, you know, assembling people to go in and get ready to go deal with something. But the way they handle it is super lame and boring. Like, you can't even feel like shit is going on in there, man. Like, you don't even feel that way. Like, it just doesn't work. You can't even freaking immerse the thing into, like, the whole thing there and, like, really feel what's going on there. It's just Sag. It's just Sag and Pepega boring. Like, it just don't work. It just don't. It just didn't work. But yeah, you can call it the dollar store endgame. But like, no, what was like a good example actually? I don't know, I'm trying to think of like an example I would remember. Where it's like, they would add the stuff with you. Because like, the thing is, like, they would just leave you during that part too. Like, it would happen and they would leave. But you also don't really feel like the impact of something is going on there. Like, it's just kind of there. I'm trying to think of something to show as an example, but I'm drawing a blank at the moment.
I don't even like this character, but it felt like anybody who's anybody is showing up to fight.
No, it just felt like they just threw the character in there for the sake of throwing the character in there, not that they're actually showing up to fight. Unfortunately, it doesn't. Actually, wait, no, I think I remember something, actually. Intro sequence. Was it intro sequence? No, not the opening, like the actual gameplay intro. The start of Trails of Cold Steel 3. Let me see if I can find the opening gameplay. Here we go. I think this is like a good example, actually. So we'll get past this part. So like, it starts you off later on in the thing, right? They're raiding this fortress over here, okay? Right. It's Alliance base.
I surrender. Just
right?
please.
Like they're having like
pages are laid bare.
the things are talking here, whatever.
I say we break it down piece by piece. We can waste it.
So you
before
get to
our
see the
precious little
characters you're gonna
Ashen
play as,
Chevalier
right? The
even has to
student
lift a
characters.
finger.
What about...
Have you forgotten our role as the second team?
So what? If he's got everyone's attention already, we might as well. We've got an ace up our sleeve. Now's our chance to finally get a leg up on that glory hound.
Pisses me off.
Alright, so like they're talking, you get to learn about the characters here, whatever. A little bit. You're fighting your way through with your little party here, right? So you go through here. Cause like you're trying to chase after something there. Right? And like then you're like screwed over, whatever, right? But like you're students, but you're like dragged into a war basically, right? And then at the end of it, well, where's that part here? You get to like enemy commanders here. They're basically gonna they're wiping the floor with their ass. Right? You got that thing, right? You lose to the fucking enemy commanders here.
What fun.
Right, you have this thing here.
That's the head knight of the stall red.
Like they're talking about who's who there, and then
Goodness!
Sooner than we expected.
right, so then you have your actual instructor here with like a bunch of other people. Like, think they will show up instead, right? Because like they'll give you like a different scene first, where like they make it known that like you're not the only thing in there, like only group in the war, whatever that you're fighting there, right? You were just kind of forced into it.
We made it.
And like you were just there to stall time, and then you have this stuff go in. But like this is just an intro to a game. This is the intro. Right? But the thing is, this actual segment, there's a more expanded version of this whole gameplay segment later on in this game. This is just a little thing there. But like something like this can work a lot better. Right? Than just throwing the character in there. Like, instead of just like randomly throwing them in there. I don't know. That was the first thing I could think of in a game. I don't know.
I will keep everyone safe.
Cause like here, they just show up. It's like, what the fuck are they doing there? You don't know who they are or whatever. At least with that one as well. That game, it's like what? The 7th, 8th game in the series or something? I guess Cold Steel 3. Yeah, it's the 8th entry. It's the 8th entry in the series. It's like, okay, you know, you probably already know who those characters are anyways. You've already, like, built up the stuff, especially when the guys that showed up there at that ending part. What was it? The 6th and the 7th entry was literally building up those characters. Like in terms of the game, like what those games were. So like you already were familiar with them. They weren't just thrown upon you.
Even now, up through 1.4, we still have no idea who this guy is, what he does, or anything of the like. Well, I guess one line is better than nothing, I guess. Carpaccio and Danjin are still nowhere to be found at all. And why are you bringing up some random
I really don't know why Calcharo's story quest hasn't fucking happened. Because Calcharo really seems like he would have fit right in there.
Who has nothing to do with anything, give her own full story quest, but still not mention anything about the characters you already have.
True.
What are you doing? And
I
this
agree.
leads into one of my biggest
100%.
fears about the
It's
game.
so dumb.
I'm afraid that they're going to forget about their older characters, except for a few notable exceptions.
I've been waiting for Calcharo's story quest since day one. He's the coolest fucking character. But like now I have no reason to be invested in him. A guy who was once my favorite character because I've just forgotten about him. He's done nothing. We know nothing. So what's the point? He doesn't look cool enough for me to not give a fuck about what he's like. Because for me, an empath.
I mean, the thing is, they don't even need to give him a story quest. They need to just actually make the character just a worthwhile part of the story and just actually use them in the story. Make use of them and just don't just throw them in there and then forget about them. But like, yeah, that's the problem with these gachas as well. You don't really need to have a full-on dedicated story quest on them. It's not necessary. It's like a nice to have, but they need to give the characters actual purpose instead.
A demisexual, I want to care about the people that I'm masturbating to.
I get the business model of a gacha game is to push new characters to sell to players consistently, but the benefit of that is being able to use these characters to...
That's why in porn I need plot.
Interact with each other to flesh out the story and make everything feel cohesive and real. So bringing out all these new characters is great and all, but if you're not using them and just having us talk to random NPC number 342, it feels like a massive waste. I actually thought we were going to go to the new Federation next. Maybe then they could have used that as an excuse to bring Calculator into the story. But no, we're going to Reinx City with a whole slew of new characters for the story to focus around. Don't get me wrong, they look cool.
Looks fucking nuts.
Would. But this is only further feeding my worries about the older characters being forgotten about. But I'll get more into my worries about Reinx City later. Since 1.0, the quests have been getting considerably better in my opinion. Definitely not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. There are significant pacing issues and missed story beats. I could make full-on videos breaking down what these two particular quests got wrong.
I think story pacing is one of the better ones amongst gachas. I think every gacha has bad story pacing. I think the top 1 and 2 are Wuwa and Zenless. However, I always fight for betterment. Missed story beats, yes. I do sometimes felt like, how the fuck did I get from this to this? Yeah, a little bit more cohesion would be great too, I agree.
But on the whole, they are a lot better. Now, I'll be honest, I don't usually enjoy character story quests, but Jian's story was incredible. Sure, it started off a little rocky with some Gulpuff racing game that no one cared about, but
I didn't like
after going through the Sonorosphere, I loved every moment of it. Going through the past, learning what happened, fighting through the trauma, and then the great boss battle with the fantastic visuals in the final cinematic, absolute cinema. Yinlin's story quest was...
Yeah, I think I just held my left-click macro when I did that. And stop paying attention.
Fine, not the best, but I didn't hate it. I wish we could have gotten more of this
among gachas
of her character that was
because they're all pretty bad.
Story about a girl with adoptive father issues, but still, she's hot. So, would. What I really like.
I thought Yinlin's quest was great. I don't remember anything too horrible about it. Yeah, I thought it was good. It's a 7. Yeah, sure. I'm just saying, comparatively to other gacha stories, I thought it was pretty quick and to the point. Personally.
I don't.
It was trash. I mean, to each their own. I think the ones that I really didn't enjoy for Wuthering Waves was Ling Yang's story quest was like committing suicide.
Wait, there's more stuff I was we're gonna pull up later. Don't worry.
These character story quests.
Don't worry.
Just the quest itself, but rather the locations
Don't
we
worry.
visit during them. Have you seen these places? These set designs are stunning. It's a shame we can only ever visit them during these one-time only character story quests. What a waste. Why can't we revisit these locations? Better yet, give us the option to replay these quests. How about in this section in the gallery, you add a couple of little replay buttons?
They put all that work into these zones. You only get to see them once. It kind of blows. It would be nice just to go back and be able to explore. I absolutely agree.
In the corner. One to replay the cutscene by itself, and another to replay the mission, which could open up a Sonorosphere to travel through to re-experience everything with your current party. They can't do that. It would take too much storage. It's already on your device anyway, whether you revisit it or not. So why not just give us the option to do it? And if storage really is a worry for you, how about this? Give us the option to delete and reinstall past mission voice lines and data to save space.
Everything that he's saying, I have said about Genshin Impact 4 years ago. And longtime viewers know I have said this exact same thing 4 years ago. I'm seeing myself in this video right now.
You can do it for the voice packs in general, so surely you can do it for this too. Another thing I have a problem with. How in the hell can a game that has its main theme be about sound have that be one of its most lacking features? There have been a plethora of sound and music related bugs and oversights since launch. Even now when I'm fighting through a tacit field, each time I clear a wave, the battle music restarts from the very beginning. You don't notice it much when your characters aren't leveled, but once you
the music is boring, so you just turn it off.
Digitally shredding through all the mobs, you hear the same 10 seconds of battle music over and over again.
Zhang Liao and Camellia are the 2 best combat design characters in all of Gacha.
No.
Yep. I firmly believe that. They feel so fucking good. I think other characters that are incredibly well designed, Jane Doe, Bernice, who else? Rappa and Honkai Star Rail. Miyabi's also amazing. Kazuha. Fucking amazing design. I think Kazuha is the best designed combat character in all of Genshin Impact. I also really enjoyed Neuvillette. Yeah, I really enjoyed Neuvillette. Sorry, Yanagi. Camellia's boring as fuck. I really like spinning around. It's a lot of fun.
And that's not just for the Tastic
Okay.
field either. In the overworld, mobs die so easily, I never get past the initial build-up, if there even is one. Sorry, guys, but the battle music for the Central Plains just isn't good. Especially when it's one of the largest areas in-game. We tend to hear how not good it is all too often.
Absolutely agree. I think
Especially
one of Wuthering Waves' biggest weakness is their music is fucking boring. I hate going to Jinzhou because the music is so fucking bad.
The music is really
I love
bad.
chilling in Black Shores. That shit's great. And it has gotten better in the later patches, but my God, the base area, it's horrible, bro. It's horrible.
When it's one of the largest areas in-game, we tend to hear how not good it is all too often. The other overworld battle music is better, yes, but it takes far too long to get to the good part, and by then everything is already dead anyway. The battle music for the bosses are pretty good though, for the most part, but I have a quick question. Why did you nerf your already great songs from CBT? For example, the Impermanence Heron had one of the best boss battle tracks in the game, and I was really looking forward to experiencing it for myself. How shocked was I to find out that not only did they change it from the Heron to one of the worst overworld bosses in the game, but not only that, they completely nerfed the song. What do you mean nerf the song? How do you do that? Here, listen to this.
Okay.
I've heard this. Did they change it?
Huh?
Wait, I like this one better.
Why do I don't know if it's you guys, but do you all, it's just me, but do you also hear compression artifacts in the audio there?
The one that we have now just feels incomplete, like it's missing a piece of the puzzle.
I don't know. I actually
I hear
like that
compression
sound.
artifacts.
That was good.
Like peanut butter without jelly, yin without yang, KFC without gravy. What do you mean they don't have gravy in Japan? I'm British, I need my chicken covered in brown, salty slop, goddammit! Wait, what was I saying? Oh yeah, the song we have now is a massive downgrade compared to the version we already had.
I think it's very hard to argue taste. That's kind of like a taste thing. Yeah, I thought both were fine.
So I am quite literally saying...
I mean, you're gonna forget the music anyways. It's very forgettable.
They got feedback saying that the players wanted the combat effects to sound punchier, and they did in fact do that. But the problem was that they could only improve it so much. So what they also did was bring down the impact of a lot of the music to make that difference more distinct. And this all connects back with what I was saying earlier about the other characters and locations not being used. Kuro, you spend all that time designing these great characters, great locations, and great music, but do absolutely nothing with them. From a business perspective, you're basically wasting resources right now. The way to fix
They've always been wasting resources.
Give these characters actually some attention, first of all. Let us...
Yeah, I'm like not the biggest fan of dubstep part. Sometimes it ruins things. Actually, here's a good example of like, it could have been cool and then dubstep ruined it. I remember, what was it? Like, this one is like a good example actually. This song right here, right? I like the first part, right? It was like nice going with like the chemical plant themed version of what's that stage called again? It was the Sonic Adventure 2 stage, Metal Harbor. The actual stage was Metal Harbor basically, right? Like it just keeps building and stuff like that. But then after the drop, it just ruins it. I'm like, nah, you just fucking ruined it. Like, the first part, the first, like, 50 seconds was good. And then it turns into, then it ruins it. Then after the first 50 seconds, it just becomes shit. Like, it was going somewhere. And then it becomes shit after 50 seconds. Like, that's the thing there, man. Like, that's the thing. And, like, if that's whole music, man. The thing, too, is, like, you're just gonna forget the music, too. Like, it's not memorable at all. You're just going to forget it. The music is extremely forgettable.
Play cutscenes and quests, and add a damn CD player with a library of all the music we have unlocked so far. Then we, the players, can choose what we want to listen to in the overworld. Just so we're clear,
I would just get rid of the music entirely, honestly.
Story or character quests because the music is a very important part of the storytelling experience. But in the overworld, though,
yeah, but the music is just bad. The music itself is pretty bad. It's not gonna get you super immersed in there and really like go with it, what's going on in there. And like honestly, sometimes, like here's the thing. Honestly, here's my opinion there. Like, for like some of these world areas or whatever, right? If you're gonna have combat music and stuff like that, instead of having a separate track for like the combat stuff and just move around the overworld, why not just like combine the two and just have it always play and just make a good song that you'll remember to do both, right? Like why not? Right? Like why not actually? Like heck, again, like why not? Like just have it like as a full area theme instead, and like just have it embody part of the combat or whatever in there for that type of game. Like I don't know, what's a good example actually? Welcome Maxima, what was this one? Or like actually no, this one's better. Right, like hey, Ballenstein Castle. Right? Like when you go into the castle thing, you know, you just hear this instead. This what version? Right, you're going in, you just hear this. You don't have a separate battle theme or whatever when you enter combat. You don't have a separate background theme. You just find a way to make it work for both. If you do it well enough, you can make it memorable there. I still gotta love this combo here. Let me show you why they call me Purple Lightning. Wait, wrong Valentine. Valentine. Wrong one. You feel like with King Cerberus, the MC5, having a Cerberus theme start, but just putting dubstep after it ruined them. Yeah, exactly. And the thing is well, like, there are ways to just make things work, man. Or like, again, like, sometimes, like, you can find other ways too, like, remember this one, IBC standoff. Well, we'll skip some of the stuff here, right? Right, like, we had, like, this thing. Right, the place you're defending is, like, getting raided. Right, and, like, you have to defeat, like, these swabs of guards here. You just have music that fits the whole theme and vibe here. Like, you're having a standoff here. You know? Right, you end up remembering shit like this. Or like, actually, here's another great one. Oh, let's see. What was it called again? Jin's Darms. So like in this one, right? The island you're on like a deserted island and everything. There's full of dinosaurs everywhere, and like you need to cross and climb a mountain to get to the other side. The problem is, for like the first half of the game, you couldn't kill the dinosaurs there. So like you basically had to avoid them, right? But like eventually you finally got to the halfway point. You finally got equipment that will let you actually kill the dinosaurs that are blocking your path as you try to climb the mountain. And like this is the thing that plays when you're on the freaking mountain, like trying to climb it. Right? This is the area theme there. It's a mountain climbing song there. But yeah. It's like the music forced you to kill the primordials. Even when we're not supposed to do it. In a sense, kinda. You can run away from them still, but like, yeah. Right. And like, yeah, like people describe this one like, first ever Ace game, I've yet to come across a single track that feels like filler. Every single one has been incredible, yeah. And like, you'll just remember shit like this. Stuff like this you'll remember. Oh yeah. What's the thing you linked? And like, yeah, this part of the song there too. Right, this is a great track there. Jen's Arms. Okay. But like, yeah. Wait, what was it that you linked? What is this? I mean, I never really played a Castlevania game. So, I don't think I know this. I think I should be careful though, cause this is copyrighted. Maybe not play it. I can see that the thing is there. I don't know their stance on it. It's not like Falco music where like, yeah, I can. This stuff is always safe to play, right? I mean, like, you've heard this thing like so many times. This track here, very hard to forget this track, man. First Castlevania game, right, yeah. This one is very easy to remember with there. But like, yeah. You have freaking comments like this shit in here. Yeah, song truly a masterpiece. Out of all of these, it's an amazing starting map track. Yep. But yeah, we're not gonna play more of that one. We'll play it later, but yeah.
So, if I want to listen to Crownless's insane guitar riff while zipping around Jinzhou, that's my business. Yes, I know it'll take away some of the audio character from the locations, but you know what you can do then? Turn the CD player off, maybe? Now it's time to address the elephant in the room.
Yeah, I think CD player would be fucking great. They did it for Fallout New Vegas. I think it would actually really make up for a lot of the areas that have lackluster music going on. I like that quite a bit too.
Where do I stand on this? Honestly, I'm not a fan. Now, before you come at me with your pitchforks, just hear me out. What I mean is that I already have dozens of other random gacha games with generic cookie-cutter OP protagonists that the entire world revolves around and are loved by his harem of beautiful waifus of varying styles and massive personalities. I don't need another. Right now, I think there are 3 different groups out there. Some people see the harem and like it, some people see the harem and don't like it, and there's another smaller group of people that don't see the harem at all. They have some reason or other for each character. Yang, she's just really caring. She cares for everyone like that. Yinlin, she's just a seductress using her looks to get what she wants. Changli, she's heard so much about Rover from her master, so to her, it's like meeting a superhero. Shorekeeper, she's just very devoted to the cause. She respects Rover like a father figure. Camellia, she's just interested in Rover because he's strong, nothing more. And the fact of the matter is that these people would be right in thinking that way. Those are...
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Man, they want that Rover dick.
Yeah, they want that,
interpretations of the characters. However, for those out there that see there's something more or want to see there's something more, there are things in-game which validate their belief that these characters are romantically interested in Rover. Personally, I'm in the see the harem and don't particularly like it category. Sorry, it's just the way I feel. We don't need to have every girl we meet be almost instantly wanting to jump on Rover's tacitite dick as soon as they meet him. On top of that, there's been a significant lack of new male playable characters since launch. And that isn't a problem in itself. If a game market...
has there been? There's Jian, and then there was the Asian boy. So there's Zhang Liao and Jian. So we got 2 dudes. And then how many women were announced? Camellia, Chang Li. There was 5. So 5 women, 2 dudes. Yeah, I think they're just trying to get money. Oh, there was Jin Lin as well. Yeah, I think that's just a gacha thing, man. I think 5 women to 2 dudes is a pretty decent ratio, to be honest.
Itself as primarily having female characters, you would sound like an idiot for asking for more male characters. You don't play Love and Deep Space and complain about the lack of female characters, do you?
Yeah.
No, that would sound weird. The problem is though, in 1.0 there were 6 guys and 10 girls to choose from. That's a ratio of 3 to 5. Not equal, but understandable. So many of us were under the assumption that they were going to roughly keep that ratio going forward. They even showed us characters that have a lot of players eager to play them, such as Zippercrotch Boy and Mr. Anal Bead Necklace.
Since I cannot wait for that dude.
Jeja, Zhang Liao, Showkeeper, Yohu, Camellia, and now Lumi is coming up. So out of 8 new characters, only 1 of them is a guy, and he was free. And on top of that, the animations are...
Well, there was Zhang Liao and Jian. So
no, Jian doesn't count because he was in 1.0.
How in the hell does Little Miss Itty Bitty Titty Committee over here have more jiggle physics than Chang Li or Baija? Robin, what do you think?
Wherever man's balls, his heart will follow.
Yeah, that makes sense, but I don't like it in Wuthering Waves. But that's just the way it is in Gacha. Yes, I know, I don't care. Gacha has always had fan service like this. Yes, I know, I don't care.
What fan service? It's not even... What?
Movies are always loved by the main cast. Yes, I know. I don't care. So what you're saying is...
You a Taurus? You a Taurus?
Yep. No. I've been playing gacha games since they first became mainstream here in Japan. I'm talking about Puzzles and Dragons and Monster Strike.
Now, I will say, that is a fair take. Like, everything he's saying is pretty much... Like, the majority of issues in this, barring voice acting, is... pretty much an issue in all gacha and not exclusive to Wuthering Waves. So that's a very fair counterpoint.
You know, the gacha games that actually had a gachapon animation that actually defined the genre. I also have 2,000 login days on Fate Grand Order. Yes, I know I have a problem. Someone please send help, I need it. Please. What I'm saying is, gacha is a monetization system. That's how these games make money. Gacha has absolutely nothing to do with the amount or level of fan service. Even modern titles like Cookie Run Kingdom are gacha games. No fan service there, unless you're jerking off to Blue Slushy. In which case, seek help.
What's crazy is, and I shit you not, Cookie Run Kingdom has a fuck ton of porn. Yeah, look no further than Black Pearl of Cookie Run Kingdom. They even have a dedicated Reddit to gooning to cookie characters.
What?
Dunking it in milk. Fucking nuts.
Also, would. I'm kidding. I'm not saying I don't like fan service, I just don't want it in this game. At least not this much anyway. Just because I enjoy spring onion in my ramen doesn't mean I want it piled on. Why are all my analogies about food? Am I hungry? We have enough of these Gooner gacha games already. I should know. Those games market themselves as being horny jiggle games meant to be played with one hand. And when I want to play one of those games, I'll go do that. Again, it goes back to marketing and how they present themselves.
I will say, if they pull back on the fan service for this game, the game's dead. Yeah, I'm gonna just be real. And
because there is no game.
I understand this.
Because there is no game.
Pull back on that. They're fucking. It's gone.
Any new player might see an ad for Wuthering Waves and think, oh, that looks like a cool combat game, let's check it out. And then when they play it, they have a harem of walking jiggle physics around them at all times. A lot of regular players might get turned off by that, and I don't want that to happen. There are a lot of characters in Wuthering Waves that I think are hot as fuck, but if I wanted to imagine myself giving them crazy backshots, I would just
Super Deluxe Premium version, yeah.
I'm not advocating for censorship. All I'm saying is that if they and we, the players, want Wuthering Waves to break into the normie barrier, I don't think that many regular people would be comfortable with that level of fan service.
Don't break it into the normie barrier, it shouldn't.
Okay.
It's bad.
Ryuku is going off the fucking deep end if he really thinks the Wuthering Waves fan service is that bad. Like, this is a horrific take. If you say that about Nikki, Snowbreak, sure. Bro, they don't even have a bikini skin. The fan service in this game is properly rigged models, and the characters are really attracted to you. There's not even a dorm system. Yeah, this thing, I don't know, bro. I mean, bro's a boomer. Bro's being like, oh, everybody needs to wear a black robe over their bodies. Why are you showing your ankles?
many people to play this game as possible. I think they should tone things down because it just might be too much for most people. If Kuro Games really wants to go down this way with how they design their characters, that's perfectly fine by me. But to be honest, I don't think they do. Looking at the designs of the initial characters and the story and direction they had in CPT-1, yes, the characters were badass and
I don't even know what the direction is,
physics, but I think that they
honest.
also wanted to take this game seriously and...
No, they didn't. They wanted to make the 1.0 characters less fan servicey, so when they released the premium banner characters, you want to pull for them because they're hot.
Yeah.
Not just push out a game for horny players to goon over. Just my opinion though. To be honest, I prefer the dynamic in CPT-1 where Rover wasn't trusted. Think about it. What's more satisfying? Have the characters love you right away, or have them be wary of you, or even hate you, and you slowly win them over to your side through your actions in the story? ReZero is a great example of that. When we start off, Subaru is a whiny little bitch that isn't trusted by anyone, so he needs to grow as a person, and in doing so, he wins over many people to his side, including us, the viewers. Let alone Rem, who is now his biggest simp, and let me remind you, she was literally murdering him every single night when they first met. Murder! They could use that trust as a vehicle to create more stories and quests in-game. Rover goes on certain quests to do certain things, and in doing so, slowly earns the respect and even admiration of everyone around him. And
so the reason why you can't do that is because for these gacha games that have incredibly large rosters, you can't slow burn every single character's relationship because they're only going to have a limited amount of screen time and a limited amount of patches.
You can. Just don't make your game shit. It's doable.
So this...
The amount of characters in these gachas isn't really that many compared to some stuff I've seen. It's doable. The acting as if it's not doable. It's doable. They just don't set it up to be that way. I don't think it's impossible for them to do it. They just can't write for shit. That's what it is. They just straight up can't write for shit.
This is quite literally impossible. Like,
I mean, there's a small company that's been making a game series for over 20 years, where they have way more characters involved and stuff built up and around them than any of these gachas do, like in their individual game, and they managed to keep the whole thing going for 20 plus years. And, like, the amount of characters they'll have in a game, in a single game, it is a lot more than they'll have in these gachas to release in a single year, or 2 years, in some cases. Especially with the cycle that they're going through. Especially in their later entries. Like, what? Like, if I could pull up the fucking wiki. Why is my mouse being Pepega again? Right, we can go pick up a random game here. Let's say we pick up... Daybreak. Right, look at the list of playable characters here. This is Trails Through Daybreak, right? Look at this shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 characters. How many do they release in a year do these gachas release? Right, especially if a lot of them are slowing down to like one character per patch. Single banner patches. Right? 7-week patch cycle. Right? 6-7 week patch cycle, right? So you got 7 weeks, right? 7-week patch cycle. Times 7, that's 49. 365, divide that by 49 days. Right? They can release 8 characters a year. There's fucking 14 there. And they make this work. And this is from a small company, mind you. It's a very small company. And they do this and they expand upon it in every single thing. Right, you go look Daybreak 2, for example. You can look at the character cast expand even further. How many do we have now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Right, and then obviously you have all these other ones. Some minor ones that were playable in the previous game are not playable in this one. But, like, you know... And then it expands even further, right? Hey, spoilers for Kai no Kaseki. Right? How many playable characters? Oh boy. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 characters. Right? The thing is, these guys can do it with like 50 employees in their company. And they're also working on other games, creating their own in-house game engine and stuff at the same time. Very small company. But a company with 10 times the size can't do shit. Like, it's not hard. They would, bro, yeah, she was an enemy and tried to, to imprison the crew, and then, yeah. They could do all sorts of things, man. You can make all sorts of characters work. You don't even need to make full-on, like, character-exclusive stories either. But then these guys will actually do it on top. These fucking Giga Chads of developers here. They can. I mean, like, yeah, you have some of their games that just get even more ridiculous. Where, like, they're fucking separating the characters into what faction they're from. And it's, like, just part of the story here. There was, like, 30-something playable characters in this entry. Or something like that. It was insane. But then again, it was, like, supposed to be the conclusion to a bunch of different game arcs. Right? And here's the thing, though, like, the stuff in these games is pure quality, man. Visually, like, yeah, it's not the best looking graphically. But the story in this thing is, like, it's something to behold, man. Like, in this series. Like, it's on a completely different level. And they can make it work. They can make it work, man. So, like, I don't know. These gachas just have straight up bad writers. They all do.
Think about it. Honkai Star Rail has like 70 fucking characters. There's no way to slow burn every relationship.
Oh, there is a way to make it work. There is a way to make it work. There's a fucking company that's been doing it for like their flagship series for the past 20 years. They just can't figure it out.
Every single relationship in these games are gonna have to be fast-tracked in order to keep up with the demand of the new characters. So it sucks. It would be really cool, but it's just an impossibility.
No, it's not impossible.
Changes as your reputation.
Right, it's like, again, like, you gotta take a step back and realize how many they're releasing a year. Right. Their fucking writers and stuff just have skill issue. They have skill issue, that's what it is. They got skill issue, they can't figure it out.
Increases. This could have helped the world feel much more alive and real, no? But no, we went from this...
At least in totality. Sure, there might be some outliers of more important characters being able to slow burn that relationship, but you wouldn't be able to do it with everybody.
Yeah, then Falcom is like, go hold my beer.
3 to 4 hour quest. I mean, that's, you know, that's a whole ass movie. You know what I mean? Like, their story was the last 4 hours.
Yeah, and how much of them is actually the story, man?
You got any other tricks up your sleeve? Like eating a whole tacit Discord?
I heard the reason for this was because the scene community didn't like seeing their OP self-insert being disrespected. Is it true? Don't know. Don't care. My issue is actually with the gacha community and what they've been telling Kuro games. Mixed messages. You can't say that you want Wuthering Waves to be the Genshin killer by breaking the normie barrier while also continuously asking for things that would turn off that normie base. Of course, there's the niche crowd that don't want any filthy normies to come in and taint their precious waifus. Something get filtered. But I have high hopes that this game would be the first game that breaks the mold and becomes.
Why would you want a Genshin killer, man?
Seriously. Like how the
if you don't like Genshin, why would you want a killer for it?
Great inspiration to many big names in the industry, with Steven Spielberg saying it's deserved the nomination for Best Picture. Until then, comic book movies were ridiculed as a genre with flop after flop at the box office. Sure, there was a hit every now and then, but they were very much comic book movies. Because at the end of the day, it is an adaptation of a comic book character that looks kinda goofy when you boil it down. I mean, come on guys. Underwear over tights? How is that not goofy? There's a reason.
Yeah, I will say I was expecting a lot more from the Wuthering Waves story quest in terms of seriousness. Like when they gathered the Avengers and like very early on, and now it's kind of just like, so
why did they even do it early on?
You're gonna date them, and it's always been their destiny to suck your dick. So you guys go in that corner, and she's gonna give you a handy, And make sure to rate us 5 out of 5 stars on Google Play Store.
Reason that they haven't had that in the live-action adaptation since Adam West. And the one time they did kind of have it, it looked goofy as shit. Sorry, Batman, you know I love you. But my point is that The Dark Knight is not just a great comic book adaptation of a beloved character, but also stands on its own as a fantastic crime thriller as well. And that's what I want from Wuthering Waves too. I don't want it to follow the same old fan service tropes that all the other Gacha games have. I know this game can be better. I want it to deliver on its promises of a gritty post-apocalypse. I don't just want to.
It's not gonna do it.
Like Scar storytelling was amazing.
Desperation and destruction. I want to feel the lament and watch hot, badass anime women and men while doing it. This is what we were promised Wuthering Waves would be. But instead we get this, and this.
Yeah, it's garbage.
Now I'm not saying it has.
I think if every character's serious, then nobody is. I think it's fine to have outlier characters that are goofy, so that way you get waves and not just more of the same. I think one-note games are bad.
The problem is they don't do either, man. They don't even have characters. They're not really characters.
This game's serious. Everything that happens in it is serious. Is going to take away and be more so reductive, because when, to quote a great man from Incredibles, when everyone's special, nobody is.
Yeah.
All dark, all gloom, all the time. I get the point that you can't feel the lows without experiencing the highs, but my point is I don't think we've really experienced the lows yet. I think just by looking at the current map, you can see what I'm talking about. I took the map and divided.
I mean, I think the planetary war was a pretty big low, but
the map is
fucking serious,
shit,
but we can do
but sure.
Along the borders for each region. I then got how many pixels each area has and then calculated how much as a percentage those regions are of the map in total. These numbers aren't completely perfect as there are some areas underground, etc., but I think they're a decent representation. Currently, we have 2 distinct regions which really lean into the cataclysmic post-apocalyptic vibes we were promised. Northfall Barrens and the port city of Guizhou. But and
none of them have any level design at all in them. He edited just sloppily, too many cuts,
They add up to just less than 30% of the explorable area as a whole. And this area...
And the explorable areas are shit. Are they gonna admit that they're shit?
It's supposed to be the frontier standing guard against the looming tacit discord crisis.
I think 30% is pretty good. Am I crazy? 30% seems pretty good.
Jinzhou is
There's
also
zero
the
level design in them.
Too, so we can reasonably assume that all the other areas in this world are bigger, more fortified, and therefore even more peaceful than this, right? Just our first glimpse at Reinx, and it already has everyone calling it Fontaine. It's bright, vibrant.
It's bright, vibrant. There's the same NPC copy pasted like a million times over.
Peaceful, and even has tacit
It's a Mario map. Yeah, but we could roll it out, but there's not even a full regular picture of the entire map, man.
Be a threat. If I wanted to play Genshin,
that's clean.
Well, I'd never really want to play Genshin. Let's just get that first out. Let's just first.
Then why are you playing WoW if you don't want to play Genshin?
I'd go play Genshin. I really hope this is a fake out. Like I said, I get the argument of experiencing the lows to really further appreciate the highs, but personally, I think it's just a little too early for Reinx. We really should have gone to the new Federation first. Calculia is waiting for his story quest.
That's a very fair point. I also do think it is far too early for the highs of Reinx. I'm going to trust Kuro and see how it goes. But yeah, I agree. Leaning into
I trust them.
more apocalyptic dark side like we were promised, I think it's about time. You know what I mean? It's about time to go there.
But I don't know. We'll just have to find out what Reinx is actually like when it drops in January. Also, for those interested in my pull priority, Zani, Carlotta, Brandt, Phoebe, Rokia, whatever her name is. In that order. Fight me. I know they got feedback.
My pull priority is none of them.
Yeah, Zani is so fucking hot, it's ridiculous.
But I didn't want them to make it any less destroyed, you know? I want to see more ruined cityscapes, more destroyed villages, more visual storytelling to show us a world destroyed.
I mean, even if they put him in there, they're not gonna put like any actual design thought into it. It's just going to be a bunch of random crap just thrown on top. You see it, but it's just a bunch of random crap thrown on top. That's what it was like in-game after all.
Cataclysmic events and make them visually amazing at the same time. It has been done before, but right now there's just a bunch of open fields and clear mountains, which would be fine if they had more things to do out there, but after you've collected all the supply chests and title heritages, there's not much else left.
Why would you even want to collect them?
It's really difficult to find. I mean, just look at this area. Can you see the challenge point? It's right there. Duh. Here's an idea, Kuro. On top of the obvious
why are these even there?
Puzzles, quests, overworld minigames, etc. How about you make those title heritages reset every couple of weeks or something?
Ew,
this would
no.
keep the overworld at least looking full of things.
Nah, fuck that.
Don't do that. It's awful.
Everything and then forget about it and then come back to new shit. Yeah, no, I'm good. I don't want.
And here's the thing: the reason why, the fact that he says that probably means that the overworld is shit. He won't admit it, but it means the overworld is shit.
things to do.
Hell no.
And make the mobs guarding them a lot stronger too. Of course, I would love more airstrike.
Nah, I'm good.
All, but I know that would actually break the
keep the hard mobs for the end game modes. Don't make the overworld casual exploration hard. That's a horrible take.
Game, and they would make near on literally zero money. Instead, how about making these drop a bunch of materials?
This would make the game such a fucking short.
Whispering cores.
Exactly. The game is shit either way.
A smaller version of the new feature in Elusive Realm. And like I said, make the mobs harder.
No, don't.
Enemies of these newly reset title heritages.
I actually got them I found them very annoying when I was like playing because of how terrible the scaling was. Because I didn't want to farm for shit. Fuck no. If anything, I would even prefer if I could lower it even further, because I just don't want to deal with the bullshit. I would even, like, if I could, I would lower the freaking difficulty all the way back to the initial one, just so I could ignore everything. Fuck that. I would want a skip button for the combat. I mean, that's how I felt about Genshin too. Part of why I ended up having, like, a freaking maxed out Yaimiko before I quit that stuff. Because I even wanted a skip button for that. Because I just got so tired of it. Yeah, the overworlds have literally no purpose. They're fucking terrible. I don't want to do more shit on until like they actually make an actual worthwhile open world. And the thing is, like, that's one of the things I want to like bring up when I eventually do look back at it and make a make a review on it. I'm going to fucking compare it to Sonic 06 and like put like Sonic 06 side by side. Certain parts of it, I'd be like, man, which looks a lot more interesting. Yeah, the Sonic 06 one's not gonna have your random Pepega mint picking our chests in there, but it at least has actual level design, and that's what it's missing. There is no actual design or thought put into it. Asking for just more health sponges to get reset is just stupid. You already have your instance content for health sponges, and those things already, like, people don't like that shit, and they want more. They fucking want more health sponges. What the fuck? Like, is that actually what they want? I haven't really seen what Enfield's doing. I'm more curious about, like, the base building stuff, though. I don't really care much about the combat or whatever in Enfield. I'm only, like, particularly interested in the base building and management stuff. However they cook it. Because, like, that's the only thing that's, like, actually interesting there. Alright, you have a good night, Zedmeister. I applied for the beta and stuff. We'll see what happens, right? But like for a lot of these gachas, just the combat in general, and a lot of them are just kind of boring. People don't want to admit it. They refuse to admit it. They don't want to admit like the issues with them. And you know what? That's their problem. But it is what it is. They don't want to admit that the thing sucks.
Just also all be elite enemies. I think that would be a really cool idea because right now everything's done.
But like, yeah, like the thing is though, it's like the stuff isn't hard. Right? Like the stuff isn't hard, it's all artificial. It's just annoying, it's a pain. The whole thing becomes a chore.
Within the first couple of seconds anyway. Actually make us work for those rewards to make us feel like we're in a cutthroat post-apocalypse, you know? Because right now the only thing we have to remind is that we're in some kind of apocalypse are the tacit discords walking around. On that note, it's all well and good giving us 15 different ways to get echoes, but they're practically useless if I can't level them. Several times already, I've maxed out capacity in my inventory for these things because I have literally hundreds. I'm just sitting.
Now, I am very confused because I've never had an issue with echo experience. I don't know if you guys have. I've never had an issue, even from launch, with echo experience, but I'm like okay with settling for like subpar echoes. Maybe this is a hardcore player thing. I get a decent echo, I equip it, I'm happy with it, but that's just me. It's a major issue. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. My account feels fine. I don't know.
Because he doesn't play it. That's why.
I can't get rid of this one. It's got the right main stat. It might give me god rolls. You don't know. No. I definitely can't get rid of that one. I have so many in my inventory. I actually think, fuck it, let's just scrap them all. But if I did that and tried to scrap even all 2,000 echoes in my inbox, I would get a grand total of jack fucking shit. Come on.
Yep.
I worked hard for these echoes. And to say that I can't use them for literally anything is just plain ridiculous.
Yeah.
I thought they changed this. I guess they didn't. Yeah, you definitely should get something back for scrapping echoes. Absolutely.
No, the whole thing is just bad. The whole system is just terrible. And the thing is, they forget the other aspect of echoes with the ability on them. It's like, the thing is, you lose a dimension of gameplay on what you can do with echoes because of how poorly the system is designed. Instead of it being like, oh, you can go pick and choose a monster ability to use how you see fit. Because it's your gear, you're basically forced into using the same echoes for whatever character element you're using, and that's it. You're pretty much forced into it. You don't really get an actual choice. It's the illusion of choice. It is, like, effectively what it is, right? Whatever will give you the freaking stat buff that you need, or whatever. Right? You just tap it, you get your stat buff, and you move on with your day. Like, there's, like, basically no difference between an echo there, and then something like we go here. Something like, where's Coolant? Something like this. Where you just push it, you get a damage buff for a short period of time, and then you wait for it to go off cooldown and you do it again. Right? It's like no different than this. Right? The only thing that's different is, oh, each one has a different animation, but you know, they're all effectively the same crap. We all use them the same. So like, what's the point? It's just a different animation to do the same thing. You don't get anything cool that could have potentially been from there. Like, ToF has a similar problem too. They were like, there's a lot of cool utility relics that we could be using, but we never fucking use them outside of overworld stuff. We don't use them in combat because, like, they just have boring damage boost ones that, like, you're just gonna use those gadgets instead because all you care about is doing more damage to health sponges, unfortunately. Right, like, oh, you have something that can, like, bring up a big barrier or trap things inside. Yeah, cool, but that doesn't increase your damage, so you're not gonna use it. Like, you have something that you can use to grapple onto things, but that doesn't increase your damage, so you're not gonna use it. You know, you have, oh cool, you have a relic that, like, lets you bring out a hoverboard or a surfboard. Yeah, too bad you're not gonna use it because it doesn't give you damage. Right, like you have all sorts of gadgets like that, and it's like, yeah, cool, but we're not gonna use it because it doesn't give us damage. It's like, it is very, very poorly designed that, like, the whole thing could have just been removed from the game and you wouldn't notice a difference. Right? Because, like, you just end up with the illusion of choice. There's no point in them. There's no point. Like, oh yeah, like, you know, like, the same thing, ToF. We have, like, the wall walking thing that we have the relic that alters gravity. Yeah, you're not gonna use that either. You're not gonna use that because, again, it's like, no point. It doesn't increase your damage, you know? Like, there's a relic that we have for stealth. Yeah, you're not gonna use it because, again, it don't give you more damage. There's no point. Don't give it to you. It doesn't give you damage. Like, there's so many, like, small relics like that we have, but it's like, you end up just relegating them to, like, you know, whatever fun mega open world thing you use. Maybe, if you remember you have it. And then you switch to a different page and just use the same thing. And then, like, at some point, right? At some point, like, they realized, what is even the point there? You know, they started making relics where you just equip them. You don't even need to push the button to activate them. You just get the damage boost. They don't give you as big of a spike in damage boost, but it's just a permanently active thing as long as you have it equipped. Right, this thing will just have, like, an extra funny thing, or that you shoot the thing with this, a monster will get mind controlled. In the overworld only, it doesn't do anything else. Right? But then you just, by having it equipped, you get a 12% damage boost. Right, we have this one too, right? They just have different masks with different effects. One of them will make it so enemies won't attack you. And they just give you a passive 12% damage boost. Like, you just equip it, you don't even push anything anymore. Right, instead of, like, you know, a decaying damage buff, like, this is 20% plus another effect here per stack that decays, you know? Instead of having that, you know, we just go equip something and we forget it's even there. Don't even push the button anymore. Like, we've eventually gone to that point. All the way to that point there. Because, like, yeah, like, the thing is, like, the reality is you're just pushing the button to get the same effect, whatever. Or you can, they made a consistent passive one where you don't have as high of a high, but your damage is always going to be consistent. So it's like, yeah, whatever, we'll use that instead. Right? And then, like, the thing is, it also becomes easier because now you don't have to think about it. Right? That's 2 less buttons you need to push. Because it's like, okay, well, now it's just equipped. I will always have the 2 12% damage buffs. I don't have to think about pushing and timing anything. And I'll get, like, similar results, or in some cases, better results if my damage isn't as bursty.
I was to use the unleveled echoes as XP fodder. Well, if your inventory is filled up, you have a management issue,
100%.
don't you? No, I have an echo experience issue. My bag is
100%.
filled primarily with echoes that I'm sitting on waiting to see if I can
Oh,
roll
yeah,
them.
sure.
Currently,
Okay.
the only real way to get echo experience is from tacit fields. So let's take a look at that, shall we? This is how much echo experience each sealed tube gives. This is how much experience is needed.
Okay.
You can mix them for other echoes. Yeah, sure, but I think getting some form of echo XP would be very good.
To max a gold echo to level 25. This is how many sealed tubes of each type you need to do that. On your average run of a tacit field at Soul Phase 8, you get a total of 4 advanced sealed tubes and 3 premium sealed tubes, as well as about 5 new echoes. So the total experience gained per run is 23,000. If you use all of your wave plates doing nothing but tacit fields, you get a total of 92,000. 92,000 is a lot less than 142,600, isn't it? The cost per wave plate is 383.3, so you would need a...
Well, he made a fucking thing here. And this is what you get. Wait, is this... Wait. Is this worse than Genshin? Wait, no, this is worse than Genshin. This is actually worse. This aspect here is just actually straight up worse than what Genshin gives you. That is sad. Like, it just effectively in practice. This is worse than Genshin. Damn. Like, I've said like that, but like this is someone who actually made the thing for like the highest level there. This shit's actually worse than what Genshin would give you. That is hilarious. Also very sad.
A total of 372 wave plates to max 1 singular echo. With RNG being a bigger bitch than my 3rd grade math teacher, I could get no usable echoes, or all 5 could be worth saving to try and roll on. But the fact of the matter is, when you're not even earning enough experience in the tacit field to level even 1 echo, that's not nearly enough. And that's assuming that the subsets of the echo are good
just
in
for
the first
experience
place. I'm not
fodder.
asking for enough experience so I can keep re-rolling to get that perfect echo with the perfect substats so I can min-max it as well. No, that's not what I'm saying. I just want enough echo experience so I can level 1 echo with somewhat decent substats. That's why so many people are constantly in dungeons in games like WoW, Path of Exile, etc. to get drops with better stats. If anything, the absolute futility of RNG in combination with how difficult it is to level echoes up is more of a deterrent for players who just can't be bothered with that insane level of grind for such little reward anymore.
I think the majority of players just get an echo to max, equip it, don't care
I can't
about
be
the
bothered.
substats, and then don't touch endgame. Yeah, I don't really think they care, to be honest.
And no, these kinds
Because
of
there's no
artifices
game
aren't a
game.
staple of gacha games. Monster Strike, Puzzle and Dragons, Fate Grand Order, Nikki, Arknights, Path to Nowhere, even Kuro's very own Punishing Grey Raven, all of these games do not have this system.
Yeah, they don't have that. Snowbreak doesn't really have this either. They don't. It's great, and they don't.
Yeah, I think what they mean is every successful gacha game has them. Yeah, I'm going to be real, man. I don't think anybody's going to the drawing board saying, hey, so Monster Strike and Puzzle and Dragons are doing this, so we need to copy it.
Path to Nowhere, even Kuro's very own Punishing Grey Raven, all of these games do not have this system. But that would break the game. You could farm infinitely. RNG is still a thing, you know. Even if I infinitely roll an echo, I could still get dog shit
Nikkei's great. Yeah, sure, Nikkei's great, yeah.
stats every time. And I need to get 5 of these just for one set for one character, and there are 25 characters right now.
Nikkei's more successful than Muwa. Yeah, and I can name 2 big reasons why that is.
And some characters benefit from different sets with different subsets, let alone all the new characters, new echo sets to come in the future. Yeah, no.
Guys, I'll be real. I don't really think that many people are playing Nikkei for the combat, guys.
Sorry, that just doesn't hold.
Yeah, I know, and the fucking combat in these gachas suck anyways. People just manage.
For me as a significant argument in any game. I hate the RNG system, but whatever. Just let me use these echoes for XP. They're absolutely
I was just
useless
drinking.
Right now. They're not useless. You can batch merge them for more echoes. Are you not listening to me? I don't need more fucking echoes. Yeah. I need the experience to level them, goddammit. Plus it feels cost too much, don't drop nearly enough experience, and oh look, more echoes I can't level. Christ! Okay, now this is criticism not for the game itself, but more for Kuro Games as a developer. Okay, Kuro. What the hell are you doing? You started your very first special broadcast with very blatant typos. You misspelled headphones as headphones. How do you even do that? Just writing this script.
Dude, there's a character in the game that has a text of Fury Fudge. I'm pretty sure it's Mortifi, and I still don't think it's fixed.
I had to force my spell check to type it wrong because it kept fixing it for me. Seriously, just put it into a Google Doc and press F7. Some of these typos were pretty funny though, I've got to admit. Cooming soon? Is that another word for edging? Luckily, these were little slip-ups, little whoopsies even. Nothing too severe, right? For everyone in EM? No, just Mortifi eating fudge, I guess.
Yep,
but for us
Fury
in Japan,
Fudge,
we had
there
an
it is.
fiasco with the Jian weapon banner. The TLDR is, the description was wrong on what the weapon does, so many people who spent
Yeah, this typo on the Jian weapon banner was fucking horrible.
money to pull for it got ripped off. The backlash was so bad, it almost killed Wuthering Waves over here in Japan. And here's
It should have killed
the
it.
translation for this weapon was wrong. JP got angry. They said they'd refund everyone for the pulls. JP was happy. They leaked the email addresses of everyone who applied for the refund. JP got angry again. They then gave 10,000 yen as compensation. JP was happy. They then didn't refund the pulls and said go talk to a credit card company. JP got angry. Again, all in the space of just a few days. From the outside, I felt like I was watching Sideshow Bob step on the rakes.
Damn.
Anyway, my point is that these little things were still big enough to drive away many new interested players who now might not even give it another shot for years to come. Damn it, typo. But having said all this, does that mean I hate Wuthering Waves? No, I never said it was a perfect game, but there's a lot of stuff I don't like. I think the length of this video is enough evidence to prove that. But in the end, I still really enjoy it. The combat is fun, the characters look great, the story isn't the strongest, but they tell it in an interesting way, and this is enough for me. For now, anyway.
Yeah, it's good. I really see this more as a gacha issue in general. None of these are really exclusive to Wuthering Waves. But yeah, I mean, he makes some fair points. This was actually a lot less scathing of a video than I thought. People were saying like he went like scorched earth on this shit. It was a pretty tame video, I'm not gonna lie. I would have gone more into the end game systems like TOA, but it is what it is. It was a good video. I'd go like, comment, subscribe, that shit 100%. Anyways, peace.
Okay then. And then like there's the original video there. Oh wait, what's this one? The gacha content creators are objectively insane. We have this one.
So this is gonna be like a rant.
We saw this one. We saw it pop up, but like we didn't watch it yet. Yeah, we'll look at Arknights Enfield after. Wait, what was the other one you linked me? We'll look at this one first.
Recently in the Wuthering Waves community, there's been a lot going on and a lot
Kuro
of
Games messed up, oh boy.
As many of you who've kind of monitored what's gone on, there's
also a techno that says Wu was doomed as well.
Mr. Pokey, and it's been going on for a little while now, but it has, generally speaking, resolved itself, at least on that end. But I think as a result, we're seeing more content creators kind of start to get their opinions out into the space. Some of them that I think would be interesting to go ahead and take a look at. What I wanted to talk about today is this tweet from EO. Now, some of you may know EO of Crash Out fame from a while back because, you know, Wuthering Waves doesn't have a him. Haha, yes, he was, you know, a lot of people went really hard on EO. Look, I like EO. I like his content. I've watched it for a long time now. I like his Endless Zone Zero content. I think it's just really engaging. And I do think people went in a little bit hard on EO when that stuff was happening the first time around. I still think he's a good dude overall. We've been able to hang out before. We've done some podcasts before. So all in all, I think he's a good dude. But I think it is interesting to see what he has to say about Wuthering Waves. Now, I will say, I'm not going to lie, this feels a little sub-tweety. Like when we get into a couple of the points here, but we're gonna go ahead and talk about them as we get a little bit deeper. But this is definitely off the back of St. Tontus and Gacha Mac. I would be shocked if he said otherwise, but hey, you know what? I've been wrong before. That's a lie. I've never been wrong ever. Not my whole life. When have I ever been wrong? Prove me. You can't prove me wrong. Find the clips or it didn't happen. Anyway, Yoku came in and said, had a banger convo with some amazing creators about the current roster of Gacha games, but primarily Wuthering Waves potential. A couple key takeaways without digging into too much detail. And then he goes into a few different points here. But also, I am going to say, was it really a banger combo if I wasn't there?
Sure.
Yeah. I didn't think so. So make sure to drop that invite next time, EO. Okay, I'd greatly appreciate that. Wuo's downfall will be that of the community, public perception, if they continue down this path. Criticism is not y'all's enemy. Now look, I see why he's saying this. I think in the whole exchange between St. Tontus and Gacha Smack and a lot of what's been going on here has really started to create a perception amongst people that the Wuthering Waves community is not able to take criticism in their game. I don't think that's the case.
No, it
overall.
is.
I know why some people are making those allegations, but if you go back into the history of the Wuthering Waves community and how much feedback has been given to the developers and the feedback that they've taken and applied to the game,
I don't know how much of them they actually applied and how much is just to be petty.
I don't think that's
And
100% accurate. Now,
like
he is
manufactured.
saying here is if they continue down this path, so I'm going to give him a little bit of credit there that if this is something that continues, we are going to end up with some more toxic positivity and we're going to have another Genshin situation on our hands where no criticism is ever able to be given at all. I don't prescribe to the idea that the Wuthering Waves community is the Neo Genshin community. I do think that's just like an absolute crap take. There's definitely way more balanced people and way more people who do
I don't know about that.
more from this game and want more.
You never had someone like Saint Tontas in Genshin. No.
This game, albeit there are a few very vocal, annoying people. No, before someone tries to twist that and say, you're talking about Saint Tontas. No, Saint Tontas is a friend of mine. We've talked about these things offline before. We're Gucci. I think he's got some fair points in a lot of cases, even if we don't always agree. Figureheads of these spaces need to hold more accountability / acceptance in their position of power, their voice, and police / shame the community together. This is where it feels a little bit subtweety to me, like throwing figureheads in quotations here, but not willing to actually create some examples. I kind of go back and forth. Like, yes, on one hand, I can see he's trying not to piss off anyone in particular and to target anyone, but I think with the timing of when this tweet has gone out, it does still feel like it's addressing that situation. I could be totally wrong there and reading into it, but that was kind of my read on it, and so it might just be poor timing based on that point. So I kind of wish there was a little bit more of a direct message there. However, I do agree with some of the sentiment of like, if you are somebody who's seen as an influential person in the Wuthering Waves space, like Gacha Smack, like Saint Tontas, those are two that come to mind. I've got some other friends as well, like, you know, Amethyst Abrams is definitely somebody who people have looked at in the past too, or Ryuku, who's a big Glazer, although we did drop a recent video, which is pretty great. That it does kind of fall to some of these creators that when you're seeing some pretty gross trends, people who might consider themselves fans or viewers of your content, to at least be doing your part to vocalize what people should be moving towards in these cases. So I don't think that's a completely unfair take. However, I do agree with the idea that at the end of the day, you're not going to be responsible or accountable to what like people in your chat do. Like if you do your part to try and mitigate certain things, if you do your part to, you know, vocalize your criticisms and to voice that out there, at the end of the day, you can only be responsible for your own actions and everybody else has to be responsible for theirs. So I'm just going to leave that where it is. S tier content that isn't react / guides. I've got a big question here that I gotta be completely honest on. Like what? Like what are you looking for? And I mean, it's like in earnest. Like what are you looking for?
Yeah.
Gameplay? Like no hit runs? I don't know,
you can't really do all that shit in these games because they're missing the game.
With an unleveled weapon, like that content's already being created. Like a lot of that, like high level sweaty.
The high level sweaty stuff, it's all purely artificial, anyways. So the shit ends up sucking anyways.
Content, some other competitions between content creators doing like gauntlets, doing other.
Yeah, the thing is boring to watch because the game is boring
like
to
game
watch.
Showy type things pertaining to it. Like that stuff is already being made. So if you're not considering that S tier content, what kind of content do you see that being? Maybe you're keeping your cards close to your chest because you've got something cooking in the back end. I don't know if that's the case, but I do think like just to say like it needs S tier content that isn't react / guides. What are you looking for? Because I've seen a decent amount there. Even lore content. It doesn't do as well as Genshin, but the lore content's there too. So what else? I'd be interested to, you know, leave it in the comments down below what kind of content you'd like to see around games like Wuthering Waves or other gacha games in the future. There's a lot of exciting stuff on the horizon with Anata and NTE's Touch and Go, Arknight's Enfield. The beta just got announced recently. So I'm interested to see like what kind of content are you guys going to be looking for that? Do you like just first impressions? Do you like just engaging with content creators? Like, I want to know, because like, I mean, it's tough. It can be really tough to, you know, generate different video ideas for this kind of content and these kinds of games. So yeah, I don't know what I'd be interested to know what he's looking for there. Kuro needs to get more directly involved with benefiting their creators. This is like, again, so vague that it's hard to address directly, but the only thing that comes to mind if I'm comparing it to other games is like, one, sponsorships. They do still happen, albeit lower rates from what I've heard, but they do still happen for different creators and stuff in the space. I don't know if we need like something like a content creator server or the creator experience server like they have with like Honkai Star Rail. Like, here's the thing, that got a lot of flack. That got a lot of flack from other creators. Like, one, at the end of the day, you're gonna have to pick and choose who can be participating in that server. And you're already creating an advantage for other creators. So it's kind of always gotten a bit of a bad reputation. It works well for guide makers, but for everyone else or anyone who doesn't get in those servers, you kind of get screwed a little bit. So they engage with the creators directly. Like, they've pulled in Rexlent directly for events and live streams, like at different conventions. They do sponsor content. I just don't think they need to go that direction. So what more do you want to see from the company? Because that's always my counter question to a lot of these points of criticism. And this is, beyond EO, this is just for anybody who wants to bring that kind of criticism is, what are you looking for then? So what are you looking for when you're saying that Kuro needs to get more directly involved with benefiting their creators? Kickbacks? Like, I don't know. I'd be interested to see that. Maybe maybe he just means contracts and I'm overthinking it, but I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of those things in action already. Kuro is going to fail at their vision if they don't quickly establish Wuwa as its own thing and not Genshin plus XYZ identity. Yeah. Now, look, here's the deal. The way games work and the way art and creative endeavors work is most of the time they are going to be compared to their predecessors or things in a similar genre. Like Medal of Honor would get compared to Call of Duty and vice versa, or Battlefield would get compared to Call of Duty. Yes, they're very different experiences, but at the end of the day, when you're looking at it on a surface level, you're seeing first-person military shooter. Like, that's what's coming across there. So those cross comparisons always happen no matter what game it is or what's going on. That's why we have the whole moniker of Souls-like for even games that aren't from FromSoft, games that have a very similar style of combat. They still create that moniker. So I think like kind of that Genshin-like, I don't think is necessarily unreasonable. Now, in terms of establishing its own identity, I think it's been able to do that.
No, it hasn't.
So far, I do see like more of a push of separation is probably needed, but I don't think that 100% like it can never be identified with Genshin is like a reasonable position. Maybe I'm straw manning there a little bit. I apologize, but that's kind of how I'm reading.
Kuro just does not give a damn.
A really good job at establishing Wuthering Waves as its own piece, and I think they're on a good trajectory to continue to do so with its endgame content, with its combat.
They have content.
I don't think it should stop where it is, just to be clear, but it is going in the right direction, at least on that point. Most of the systems in Wuthering Waves have no real purpose relative to the game itself, which further separates the identity, i.e. multiple features inspired from other mediums, but not fleshed out enough for their own game. Again,
because there's no game in the first place.
Here, like, which systems, which ones have no real purpose? Like, what feels
everything has no purpose.
Because as of right now, most things feel fairly connected to me. The only one that I think I still come back to, and it's something we've talked about on a podcast previously when we're talking about Wuthering Waves, is they do have a lot of like substats that don't really mean anything in a practical sense for the game, or that like really differentiates itself in any kind of unique way.
But yeah, them locking down the Discord is hilarious
so one
too.
I always come back to is the elemental damage types in Wuthering Waves. I don't think actually like benefits the combat in any way, like other than just adding like, oh well, here's like an additional damage number. But the thing is that additional damage
all it does is forces you to use a specific set of echoes.
Like, no bosses that I'm aware of are more susceptible to certain types of elemental damage. There's like, and I'm not even saying we need to have the whole reaction system like Genshin has, but like having those elemental effects have more of an impact than just literally being more damage number, I think would go a long way in some cases, whether it be increasing weakness break, whether it be having some kind of effect.
Just design a graphic card with bikini and everyone will pull it. Yep, true.
Doing certain kinds of elemental damage. Like, I don't know, maybe you have something with Havoc where it does some kind of like stunning effect. There's a possibility or a small percent chance of a stunning effect taking place where like, they're kind of like dazed and confused or something along those lines. There's a small chance to freeze or something with a Glacio damage effect. Like, it can be a smaller percent chance, but just something that makes the elemental damage type have more of a substantive value would be good, especially because they do have some unique categories when you're looking at the basic damage and heavy charged attack damage that you can do in Wuthering Waves that I think does lend itself to potentially some other unique kinds of play style. So I think those basic attack
it's just extra animations that you're not going to make use of though.
But I'd like to see more from that, or more practical reasons or applications for that, other than, hey, look, this one specific orb enemy is immune to elemental damage. Like, So that's one, like, again, it's so vague in a way that it's hard to address directly, but other than that, I think most of the systems make sense. While some of them could still use some refinement in terms of like the echo tuning, and I know there's been some issues of resources. I get that. Some people have been having those complaints. Other than that, I don't know. It still feels like fairly connected to me. I don't think I'm glazing super hard here. I'm not saying it's the best system ever, but like, you know, let me know what you think. Immerse the player in the actual game, not the concept of better than Genshin. Like, I'm confused by what he's trying to say of this. Is this like an accusation towards the developers, towards content creators, like towards the gameplay experience? Because I would say it definitely has a lot of those game modes, like the elusive realm, the hologram towers.
Yeah, and they're terrible.
Diversity is a bit of a controversial topic about whether people like it or not. Like, I do think they've put their, at least in that game mode, they've put their own spin on it, but the other game modes feel really unique and don't actually even exist in Genshin. So they're offering.
What do you mean they don't exist? They exist through events.
Plus. And I know I've got some gripes about like the overall story for the game, but I do still think it's doing its own part in trying to separate itself. Maybe Renacita is going to be a
no, this guy is cope.
I don't know. A lot of people right now are comparing Renacita to Fontaine, and I am a little concerned there that there's going to be a little bit too much of a connection, that it doesn't fully separate itself. Maybe I think Wuthering Waves might have needed to go a different direction with the story and the world exploration before jumping right into something that, look, at least on the surface, has a lot of those comparable like styles and aesthetics and overall vibe. So I'm hoping very quickly the story can either twist it in a way that gives us a completely different experience to that of Fontaine. It doesn't seem to be like a water region. I know a lot of people are like pointing to the city and stuff itself for a lot of that comparison. So I am hoping that it does at least differentiate itself, because on the surface, yes, there's a little bit there, but again, I still want to know, who are you blaming for this? Content creators, developers, or the game itself? And again, I would love an example of what would do that. Wua is missing glue to the system. Top 3 most important to the game's problems.
Okay.
With respect, dude, what does that even mean? Are you kind of expanding off of earlier where you're talking about that most of the systems have no real purpose and relevance? So you're kind of
there is no purpose. The open world has no purpose. They honestly could delete the open world and you wouldn't notice. Because, like, it has no purpose outside of just being forced mint picking crap.
Integration there.
And your premium currency from one-time chests.
It just kind of feels like a platitude, if that makes sense. I'm hopeful for V2 hitting the ground hard and handling a lot of these issues that have been brought to light.
It's not going to handle any of them.
Problems, but the vocal majority has shunned. A lot of these can be solved with the quickness, but takes effort and willing parties. Tons of the people like to pull the wool over their eyes until they smell the house burning down. By then, it's too late. And then we got a sweet gif of Yinlin winking. I mean, based gif, not gonna lie. Like, overall, like, I see what he's saying. Like, he's approaching this with a certain level of optimism, which is good.
Okay.
But I know, like, some people have been having, like, a really adverse reaction to this post. And I will say, like, some of it seems a little bit warranted. Like, there's a lot of vague posting here. One feels really subtweety when quoting figureheads like this. I'm not sure if I totally like that approach. Like, I think some of that needs to be addressed a little bit more directly. Can almost, I'm not saying it is this, but this can be interpreted as like petty, if that makes sense. So like you want to try and avoid something like that. Quite a few of these other points just don't hold like a lot of direct substance or anything that's like super actionable. S tier content that isn't reacts and guides. What S tier content are you looking for? Most of the systems have no real purpose. Give me an example of a system that doesn't have any real purpose. It doesn't really make sense, or what doesn't feel fleshed out to you. Wua is missing the glue.
Yeah.
Glue to what? So like I think like overall, like there are things.
I mean, part of the problem is you can only get so much across in a tweet, and like this. I guess the thing is, like, he could have gone a lot further, but, like, and gone into detail with this, because he at least has the paid Twitter service subscription, so he could put more, but, like, he's not doing it.
I can start bringing points on. I've outlined a few of them here as we've been going through this, but, like, there's still, like, a lot missing. Now, EO did comment here, you're right on me elaborating
Yeah, it's a rip.
given a stronger understanding, but similar to what you mentioned first about it being an EO take is the reason I stopped elaborating on a lot of the things here. It's on average something I said being purposely misunderstood. Now, that's fair. I'm not gonna lie, that's fair. EO's gotten a lot of flack on like Twitter and stuff in the past. Like I know some people are like, oh, Twitter doesn't matter, it's dog shit. Yeah, but it's still, you know, it still wears you down. It still wears down your mental. So like I can totally understand why he may have taken a little bit more of a vague post approach there. Personally, I think you still should have done it. I think you still should have done it, and you still should have leaned into it. But you know what? Your call. I will say though, he ain't no rat because we got Fob Master baiting him out here.
Okay.
Fob Master baiting him out here.
Fob Master baiting, damn.
You need to hear where these takes are coming from. And he said, I'm not naming shit on here for low IQ Twitter users to bitch and moan at them about Lamal. I'll just DM you if you actually care here to talk about it. That's honestly, look, based.
Masturbating, guys.
Here, not just out in content.
Fob masturbating.
So that's all good. So it's good shit. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. Like, do you think some of these are like good points, bad points? Like, do you think they just needed more details? Could have been better. That's kind of where I land on this is like, they're like 50% takes where like you're going in a direction, but there's not enough to execute on. He gave his reason why. I don't know. The vague posting, be more direct in there. That's all I want to see. But hey, like I said before, nothing but love over here. But let me know what you guys think in the comments down below, and we'll see you on the next one. Peace.
Alright, cool. Alright, let's go back to the other thing though. This one here, from the Gojiki, the guy who was attacked by Kuro shills and shit. Kuro will fail their vision if they don't establish Uwa's identity. The fuck is this fob yaps? But yeah, like there's no fucking identity, man. Outside of that, Genshin Impact was never advertised as a hardcore combat game. This really earned my respect because you're the one people who you've seen acknowledge it. Yeah, but it's still a lot more interesting than what you have in Will What. Despite that, because of the Pepega shit they have, somehow. But that's one other thing.
And what I wanted to start off by saying is, the Gacha creator community, the drama that's going on, it's all manufactured, and they're all doing it because it just gets in the views and the people, they want to see this crap, right?
Yeah.
And honestly, they're totally outrageous. They're off the walls with this, right?
Sure.
But it doesn't bother them because that's what they want.
I mean, yeah, that's what they are.
This drama. And so first of all, the kids that watch these videos, these drama videos between content creators, like first off, I'm actually concerned with humanity at like the fighting over video games and the people that are interested in watching these content creators fight over video games. And so if any of them watch this video that I'm making right here, it's going to be a rant, of course. They're going to see me playing Genshin Impact and they're going to be like, oh, he's a Genshin shill, let's just write him off. Right? Because Wuthering Waves is their favorite game, and you know, what is a Genshin person like? That's the level we've gotten to as a society.
Yep.
Like, that's where we're at now, guys. Like, what game you play? And I made jokes of it in my satire videos. I made jokes about like what game you play says who you are as a person. But no, these people are actually taking that shit seriously now.
Yep.
So, first of all, Wuthering Waves now, it's getting propped up by St. Tontas. He's going on a tirade. Tectone was trying to calm him down because St. Tontas is like literally off the wall.
Wait, which brown hair one got meltdown? Which one?
Control himself with defending Wuthering Waves. He's just like,
who's meltdown? Who's meltdown? Brown hair one meltdown. Which one again?
It's literally.
We had a bunch of meltdowns the other day when the Game Awards happened. After all,
Waves Paladin, like, he's the righteous leader, and he defends Kuro games, and you know, there's nothing that can go wrong in Wuthering Waves, and everyone sees this. So Tectone has to come in and be like, yo, man, you got to calm down, right? Because Tectone wants him on his side.
Oh, you mean Foxhole, I guess.
And
Yeah,
it's
that
like
dude
this,
was
it's
crazy.
become like a soap opera wrestling match.
Yep.
Right? Like it's wrestling match between content creators. It's all fake drama. No one really gives a fuck.
Oh, yeah,
I'll show
yeah,
you,
him,
like,
yeah.
Gacha
Okay.
Snack admits it to your face.
Yeah,
Like, he
Foxhole
literally
then.
said it on stream.
That dude was crazy.
They don't care about these games. These games
Because
aren't
there is
really
no
that
game.
important to them. All they give a fuck about is the money that they're making through views and shit.
Yeah.
And
Farming interactions, yeah, because there's no
Gacha
game.
Smack. Here, look at this clip from Gacha Smack, okay?
Okay.
And you have other content creators pushing this narrative behind the scenes.
The amount of shit I have talked about HSR, Zenless, all these games, I say they're all garbage because they are. All of them. All these gacha games are fucking garbage.
Yeah.
I'm here to get a bag.
So Gacha Smack, basically, all he cares about is just making a bag, and they have a Discord, okay? They had a Discord. Tectone, sometimes he doesn't have drama to farm. And
I mean,
they
like,
just
they're
drum
not
up
wrong.
hype and like weird takes and drama between each other to farm, and that's all they want. They want to farm views. And these gacha kids, like, this is literally first world problems fucking to the maximum, okay? And I'm tired
Yeah, I
of
don't
it.
think so.
I'm making a meta commentary on the fucking
I don't
drama.
think he
If you
did.
think this video is about drama, I'm making
Oh,
a meta
boy.
commentary. I'm laughing at these people. These people are pathetic, okay?
Yeah.
They literally, like, their sense of humor is, oh, you play Genshin Impact. Oh, you play this game. You play Zenless Zone Zero.
Mm-hmm.
Haha, you're a fucking idiot. You don't play Wuthering Waves. That's their sense of humor, okay? And that's how fucking retarded these people are, okay? And so I'm making commentary on that. I'm laughing at the drama. These people are pathetic, okay? And everyone in my video, when I said I'm uninstalling Wuthering Waves and I thought the game is fucking bland and boring,
Yeah.
a lot of people are saying, oh, he's gonna come back, he's gonna make another video about Wuthering Waves. Don't worry, guys. He's just a farmer. I'm not gonna make another video on Wuthering Waves. It's not gonna happen. I'm done with the game. I don't give a fuck about Rinsidia. I don't care about farming views, okay? The only reason that video got a lot of views is because that's my honest thoughts, and people were pissed off because I played to level 80 and I gave the game a fair shot, and I deemed the game not worthy of my
I still find it crazy that he
fucking
went
time
that
anymore.
far.
And I knew that video was going to get views because people love Wuthering Waves. They're on St. Tontus's fucking team, and they just want to fucking create drama. They want to drum up fake fucking, because they don't have any content.
Yep, there is no
They
content.
don't have any fucking content to do.
There never was any.
I know you probably think I'm mint picking. I'm trying to find chests around the map and shit. I should probably use my fucking compass.
That content is terrible
I'm
too.
trying to find
Fuck
chests and
that.
shit around the map. I'm just trying to do exploration content in Genshin because it's a relaxing game and that's what I like to do. But I want to rant about this because literally, like, I've gotten a fucking, it's pathetic. Like, what's worse than these content creators that are making these type of videos is the viewers. Like, who watches them and gives them money and gives them subscribers? Why the fuck would you do that? Like, this content is like literally it's for smooth brain retards, okay? Like,
okay, damn.
They're just fighting about video games, and I'm tired of it. I'm here to make drama about them. I don't care about these content creators. They have a shit ton of money. They have little kids, children backing them up. Oh yeah, it's my team, my Wuthering Waves team. Blah blah blah. Oh yeah, and I want to mention this, okay? We've come to the point in our gaming sphere that we're being combat elitist for pay to win games.
Yep.
Like, it's literally over, guys. We're fucking
That's true.
done. Gaming is like insanely brain-rotted bullshit.
Like, that's the thing too, right? Like, yeah, they're basically being combat elitists for a pay-to-win game. Oh yeah, that's right. We can see that in my literal comment section here of it, me like poking fun at the game there, and like saying it's shit. They're mad. They are very, very, very mad. They are being combat elitists here. They don't want to admit it though. They can deny it all they want, but you know, it is what it is.
Okay? Like, they're being combat elitist in Wuthering Waves.
Yep.
It's a gacha game. You can buy power.
Yep.
It doesn't fucking matter how good you are at the game.
It doesn't.
As long as you can swipe your credit card, you're gonna fucking win. Okay?
Yep.
The game's gonna be a lot easier for the people who swipe their credit cards. Just look at Fob. Fob loves the game. Fob fucking loves Wuthering Waves because it's not that expensive to swipe his card. And he gets C6 max, I don't know what the fuck it's called in Wuthering Waves, but maxed out characters in Wuthering Waves, and it's a lot cheaper than any Hoyoverse game, and he loves it. You know why?
It's only a little bit cheaper, not a lot cheaper.
Thinking he's good at the game. Fob is fucking dog shit. I've seen him play, okay? He would never fucking be able to clear shit at C0 characters, and like, you know what I mean? Like, he would take so long to just figure it out. He just runs like fucking, what does he have, S4 Camellia or something? I don't even know. But yeah, like these people, they love fucking spending money on, we've gotten to the point, okay, where we are being combat elitist in pay-to-win games, which is absolutely pathetic. And St. Tontas is spearheading this fucking fight because he's got to protect his precious Wuthering Waves against the evil Hoyoverse. But guys, Genshin never advertised itself as being a hardcore combat game.
Yep.
It's literally just an exploration adventure game with story. That's it.
And it sucks at all those aspects though, but sure.
And character events and shit like that. That's all Genshin has ever been, right? So people went over to Wuthering Waves and they're like, okay, we want hardcore fucking combat. But guess what? In gacha games, what does it even fucking matter? You can buy power. Who cares?
You know, here, we'll leave a comment here. Wait, what the fuck? I can't even see what I'm, like, typing. Why is YouTube, like, so borked? Fucking YouTube dark mode is being super pepeg. I can't even see what I'm typing. Fuck.
And also, like, if you're more lucky as free to play, maybe you just got fucking, you know, more dupes of a character because you rolled early and you know.
Fucking what I mean? Like, dark mode is broken, man.
It's so stupid, guys. Like, and then
I'm gonna like turn off dark mode, man.
The fighting over video games while these fucking companies are making billions of dollars, and you guys are down there fucking scrounging, picking your pockets, trying to scrounge up $5 so you can fucking buy the monthly pass, and you're like playing for the team. Oh, Team Kuro Games. Oh, Team Kuro Games. Team Hoyoverse.
There we go.
You guys are fucking stupid. Like, whoever watches
now I can actually
and
see what I'm typing.
Like, cheers for their fucking team. Like, Jesus Christ, guys. I am going off because it's absolutely stupid. And, okay, I don't have to watch this content, but I watch it to, like, now I'm like morbidly curious about how fucking insane people are, and they're actually, some of them take this shit way too seriously. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Okay, and also, guys, someone has to be with me on this. Like, haven't we had enough of this fucking bullshit? Like, come on, man. Like, how don't you realize that all these content creators are just working together? And they're drumming up some kind of weird drama that literally makes no fucking sense, and they all just want to get views and get a bag, and like, please, like, I'm tired of it. I'm not going to take anything they say seriously because honestly, it doesn't matter. Like, ultimately, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, I've been watching St. Tontus's streams where he just completely goes off and he just is like
coloring
berating
extinction? I
everybody.
see.
Like, he's attacking everybody. And then all these content creators are like, oh yeah, well, you know, they're acting like it's not even a big deal because it isn't. It's not a big deal. But the thing is, it's all fake, drummed up shit, and all they want to do is just play for their team, and they just want to collect views, collect a bag. I'm just tired of it, guys. I don't even know what to say. Like, it's not even interesting content, man. Like, this is the main thing I wanted to get across. It's making these games less fun, okay? Because if you like a game, just play the game, right? But for some reason, these content creators have to attack your game. And it's like you're listening to them, and it's like, why the fuck am I listening to you? Okay? And right, a lot of people, I'm being a hypocrite, right? Because I made a video about Wuthering Waves, and, right? But I'm just saying about Wuthering Waves, I'm done. I'm not going to make another video, guys. If you hate me about my take about Wuthering Waves,
I'll just
sure.
put that there.
But I'm done with Wuthering Waves. I'm not even going to talk about it anymore. I'm done.
Okay.
But we've been hearing, like,
We'll just do this. We'll just switch back
Team
and forth.
Kuro Games, Team Hoyoverse. You guys are fucking stupid. Like, whoever watches this and unironically, like, cheers for their fucking team, like, Jesus Christ, guys. I am going off because it's absolutely stupid.
Damn.
And okay, I don't have to watch this content, but I watch it to, like, now I'm, like, morbidly curious about how fucking insane people are. And they're actually, some of them take this shit way too seriously. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Okay, and also, guys, someone has to be with me on this. Like, haven't we had enough of this fucking bullshit? Like, come on, man. Like, how... Don't you realize that all these content creators are just working together and they're drumming up some kind of weird drama that literally makes no fucking sense, and they all just want to get views and get a bag, and, like, please, like, I'm tired of it. I'm not going to take anything they say seriously because, honestly, it doesn't matter. Like, ultimately, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, I've been watching St. Tontus's streams where he just completely goes off and he just is, like, berating everybody. Like, he's attacking everybody. And then all these content creators are like, oh yeah, well, you know, they're acting like it's not even a big deal because it isn't. It's not a big deal. But the thing is, it's all fake, drummed up shit. And all they want to do is just play for their team. And they just want to collect views, collect a bag. I'm just tired of it, guys. I don't even know what to say. Like, it's not even interesting content, man. Like, this is the main thing I wanted to get across. It's making these games less fun, okay?
But there were barely any games in there in the first place.
If you like a game, just play the game, right? But for some reason, these content creators have to attack your game. And it's like you're listening to them, and it's like, why the fuck am I listening to you? Okay? And right, a lot of people, I'm being a hypocrite, right? Because I made a video about Wuthering Waves, and, right? But I'm just saying about Wuthering Waves, I'm done. I'm not going to make another video, guys. If you hate me about my take about Wuthering Waves, sure. Okay. But I'm done with Wuthering Waves.
He's done.
I'm not even going to talk about it anymore. I'm done.
We'll see if he's really done.
We've been hearing, like...
We'll see.
But the combat elitism about Wuthering Waves now, it's like, do you guys really think it's fun?
We have the one that's where it's doomed next.
Who cares?
We have another one where it's doomed.
Guys, just play the game you want to play.
Wait, how long is it gonna just keep saying this?
I'm not gonna, like, shit on Wuthering Waves for the people who like Wuthering Waves all the time, because I'm done with the game. It's behind me now, right? So, right, but we have to hear about, like, how Genshin's bad all the time, because you know, it's been 4 years. We've been hearing the same thing from Tectone for 4 fucking years, because, you know, he just can't get over it, right? What's the point of this video?
He's on repeat,
the point
yeah.
of this video is that I've sort of woken up to these content creators and how absolutely insane some of them are, and how ridiculous this whole fake ass fucking drama is. And like, the worst thing is objectively, and the fucking objectively, what else? Fucking God, man, this cliff is so fucking high. Objectively and demonstrably wrong. You know, St. Tone Test is just going off like
he stopped smoking or drinking for the 10th time. Yeah,
Brax was right. Like, he's telling people don't play the fucking game if you don't know how to play. So it's like it's the most elitist shit. It's the most combat elitist shit I've ever seen.
It is very elitist shit.
It's
yeah,
absolutely fucking stupid. But these guys love it, man. They fucking love it. They make weird ass fucking content about it. And you know, like I said, man, Wuthering Waves players are gonna eat each other alive because they've propped up this leader, and this is the type of, it's all these kids that just want like drama in their community.
Yep.
Because they don't have enough content in the game. So
because they don't have a game. It's not they don't have enough content. They don't even have the game in the first place. What do they spend all their time logged in doing? How much of it is them doing Papega crap and chores or whatever? And how much of it is actually playing the game? He sounds like the guy you met in the bar with strong alcohol on his side, talking about his bad decisions. Yep.
Then they want to watch this like WWE wrestling match with content creators, and they're fighting with each other.
All right, well, let's move on to the next Tectone one. Wuthering Waves is doomed. We'll go look at that one.
No idea what this is, but apparently EO made a nude Hugh apparently EO made a scathing tweet. Let's go over this shit real quick. What is this? This got 113,000 views.
Okay.
What the fuck? Jesus. All right, let's see this. Had a banger convo with some amazing creators about the current roster of gacha games, but primarily Wuthering Waves potential.
There is no potential.
Takeaways without digging into too much detail. Wuwa's downfall will be that of the community. Public perception. If they continue down this
path, there is no game, man.
Criticism is not y'all's enemy. So I mean this genuinely. The vocal community makes up less than 8-9% of a game's player base. To be completely fucking honest, the downfall of Wuthering Waves would be bad game design and poor marketing, not really what the content creators.
There is no game design.
I know people really want to feel
that's why it's
like
bad.
They're
there is none.
It's really not.
You fell off a chair when T-Dog said he never wanted to be in Tectone, and then you made him do it.
With pretty much no
content he made him do it, yeah.
Ever. Truly not is the it's truly not the exception. It is the rule. Content creators help, sure, but little bit, not big bit, little bit. Okay. Criticism is not y'all's enemy. This take is nonsensical and pointless. The developers themselves have already said that they're open to criticism. Nobody is arguing this whatsoever. So this is kind of one of those things where it's just like saying obvious shit for I said the
open to criticism, and then when you see what they've done to their Discords, then they freaking ban it on the Discord server.
It's kind of just a waste of time. Figureheads of these spaces need to hold more accountability, acceptance in their position of power, voice, and police shame the community together. What the fuck's that even mean? This point I don't even understand. Figureheads of the spaces need to hold more accountability, acceptance in their position of power, and police shame the community together. This is like incredibly vague.
Yeah, they do have a lot of influence.
This is too vague.
They do, because they're the ones that people actually see stuff from.
Make any point whatsoever. Because you're not telling them what to police and shame the community for. This needs far more specificity. S-tier content that isn't React and guides. Yeah, sure, I think it would benefit the community to have videos that are more about the fun of Wuthering Waves rather
but there is no fun.
Sure, absolutely. Kuro needs to be more.
Yeah, that would be great if the game was actually fun.
It would be nice
they
if
forget.
They did that. However, barely any companies
they just see
actually
him
interact with the creators of the community. It's really not that big of a deal. The fact that they already have a Discord and have content creator plans, as well as offering lots of creators long-term sponsorships. They're kind of doing more than what they're already doing, so this really isn't that important whatsoever.
Okay.
Kuro is going to fail at their vision if they don't quickly establish Wuwa as its own thing, not a Genshin plus XYZ identity.
Yeah,
There's
that's
no
what
way
it
to
is.
do that whatsoever, because the Genshin comparison thing will always exist, considering that they're two games of the same genre. I think they've already done enough in order to do that with the exhilarating combat experience.
Exhilarating, sure.
As well as the...
Guys, wait. Exhilarating combat, guys. Just occasionally push the button to dodge out of the way, that's it. Exhilarating, guys. Truly exhilarating. Truly exhilarating damage sponges, guys. Truly exhilarating. Maybe the exhilaration's from the terrible camera that's broken. Truly exhilarating. Truly exhilarating, guys. And, you know, this is all they got. All they got is the combat. Yeah, the same combat, too. The same picture. And people got mad. They got really mad. They got really mad when I made this. They got really mad. This thing has, like, a really crazy dislike ratio, man. Right, we go click analytics, man. Here, you get to see it. Where is it? Engagement. Where was it again? Likes versus dislike. You can see. I only have 18.2% like ratio. We know that they're mad. They don't even watch the whole thing. They only watch 1 minute of it. They don't watch the whole thing. They just click on it and then they get mad, then they dislike it, and then they leave an angry comment. We can see. We can see where their drop off is. We have actual analytics. Right? We have analytics. We know. We can see. Once you level up, we can just you can just 3-shot open world bosses. And like, who cares too, man? Who even cares? And that's all the content, man. Like, what's even the point? If all you have is the combat, you literally sell power. Right? Their entire thing is set up against selling power. So whatever achievement they go through here, it doesn't matter because you can just buy more power. Who fucking cares? Right? They act like elite is there. And then, like, yeah, you get to see it's basically the same crap. You're just wailing on freaking health sponges. But here, there is one thing that's inferior with Wuwa here. The camera's dog shit. You can barely see the boss in frame here. You can already see the edge of the arena there. You can see, like, view distance. You can see that the field of view is much wider. Right? You're in 3D space. Right? So you have, you know, an X, a Y, and a Z axis, right? Obviously, because it's cropped this way, the X axis you can't see much of, but the entire Y axis and Z axis is in view. You can tell already by looking how far you can see out into the distance that the Y and the Z axis is much larger on the left compared to the right, right? Because like you can see what's in view in the frame here. You can clearly see that, yes, you can clearly see a lot more. Yeah? I mean, sure, but then there's this. Inferno Rider versus, right, like, scale something to like, kind of home. I mean, they're doing the same thing. They're just whacking on health sponges. Right? It's just whacking on health sponges. Right, just spam the basic attack, use skill off cooldown. Left click or whatever on health sponges. I mean, like, that's all it is. You're just doing that for your entire time. Do it for like 2 minutes and you're done. And occasionally dodging. This is not my gameplay, but like, you know. Like, yeah, I get it. Using the macro like that, not the best thing, like, is not the best example there. But like, yeah, you can do it with other characters too. There was like an item, I remember, let me see if I can find old pieces of that, actually. Let me see if I can find old gameplay of that. Is that still saved on this server? Let me see. Let me see, where was it? Oh wait, no, that was a different bug. Which bug was it? I was like talking about making macros with this guy. What's this? Ooh, old design messages there, imagine. Let me see. Cause like I was talking about like optimizing stuff with Afro and things. Yeah, you can do this with Encore. You can animation cancel or N1. You can do it with dungeon skill too. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, we'll check next year in 2.0 if I can still exploit the bug. But like, yeah, this guy was asking me, like, we were like trying to like figure out optimized timings for this shit, right? And then like I made updated versions. We were like figuring this stuff out. We were like figuring this thing out and like, you know, making optimal timings on that. Right, like this is back in May. Right, this is like after the thing. I already had that video out. Right, and then like, oh, here's the Encore macro. I optimized it. I made optimizations. Right, like we were talking about that stuff already. That was all the way back then, though. But like, yeah. Wait, we already looked through that one. But like again, it's still just the same like Pepega Health Sponge, except it's easier to see the boss in frame on the NTE side, because you have a wider field of view, a much larger and further view distance. Here, you can, like when you crop it, like you can see the boss in frame here on the NTE side. You can barely see it in frame here on the WUA side. Whatever, right? For like a lot of it, you can't keep it in frame. Which is a problem with the camera there. Yeah, you can call anything a bullet sponge when you boil down the combat. Are you saying the same with Elden Ring? I mean, I guess. The thing is, though, at least with Elden Ring, you're not basically being forced into DPS races and DPS checks. But there are people who can do stuff in Elden Ring. Like, you can do, like, no hit, no, like, freaking bare minimum equipment runs and clear everything. You can't go do that in these gacha games, for example. You can just pick up and play Elden Ring. You can choose to either farm for equipment and stuff to clear it faster, and like do more damage and stuff so you don't have to avoid as much, or you can just constantly try and attack the boss over and over until you get it done on your own. You can really scale Elden Ring however you see fit. Right? It's the same thing with like Dark Souls and that stuff. You can't do that with these gachas. Right? Like, the reality is, they're set up specifically in these gachas, and they're not set up the same way you would fight something in something like Elden Ring. In Elden Ring, they are tanky, somewhat tanky. But they're not really designed to stall you for time unless they enact as arbitrary roadblocks for you to go wail for more power. But in these gachas, that's, like, actually what they are. I mean, they do it on purpose, though. And it's not like the fight is anything interesting, either. Yeah, you just go whack it, and then occasionally move out of the way. Right? Occasionally, you'll go move out of the way, step to the left, step to the right, whatever. But you're mostly just whacking the health sponge. It is not that complex, yeah. But, at the same time, though, it's not set up in a way to completely stall you for your time and waste it. Well, in these ones, it is. The same time as well, you look at your time spent, the ratio there, of like how much you spent logged in, right? And like, especially when you need to get resources to like upgrade your stuff and build up your characters or whatever. You look at the time you spend doing that versus how much time you actually spend doing the content. And if all you have is the combat stuff and that's all the combat is, it's a bit, you know, disappointing there. And the thing is, as well, like, you can kind of forget, like, oh yeah, you have all these tools that you're supposed to have there, right? But you don't actually make use of them, right? It's like, what's the point of the echoes? Like, I said that earlier, like, what the hell is the point of them? Like, the echo skill. If it's just, in practice, just you tap the button, you get a damage buff. And that's it. Or, like, if your echo skill effect is not good enough, you don't even tap the button, you just use them as a stat stick. Yeah, and that's all it has. And to eat, you got at least a bunch of other stuff, but yeah. You're fighting the timer instead of the boss. Exactly. And that's what makes the health sponge aspect even worse. Right? And then the way you deal with it is you either, A, you drastically farm more materials and stuff like that, excessively, right? Or B, you just wail harder, because they sell you power. Or C, you mix both. Right? It's a mix of both. And like how time consuming and how much, just how long it takes and everything. It just makes it worse. At least that's how I see it. Use the skill. But like, yeah, it's just the same crap over and over. You know, you can have as many moves in the moveset as you want, but it doesn't matter if you don't use them. Like, it just does not matter. You can have all those combos, but if you don't use them, you don't use them. So who cares? Lacking feedback, and then the lack of that one. Well, yeah, because there's nothing going on in the fight, just you whacking the health sponge. Occasionally you move out of the way, and that's it. Right? Like, oh boy, big whoop, the boss can hit you harder on a harder difficulty. You take more damage. Right? It's like, yeah, just move out of the way, that's it. They overhype it, but there's nothing there. I do. If they can point out and they say other things suck, that's basically the same crap. And they don't, like, and then, like, yeah, it also applies to Wuwa too. I mean, this is not my gameplay. This isn't. What? I mean, they're not even talking about, they're not... Yep, Beer Pillars, I don't know. This is not my gameplay. Not my gameplay. These guys are weird. Yeah, I pissed off a lot of people over this, man. This is not my gameplay. But like, yeah, okay, occasionally they move out of the way, that's it. Okay, and... Oh boy, things can hit you hard. Yeah, they got Madge, man. They got Madge. We just leave them there. Eventually I'll try to make a video about these guys. With these guys' comments here. You have shit like this, man. You gotta love how people are like, oh, so you're slow. What? They don't have content, so they PvP this. Exactly. It lacks everything. And the thing is, most of the tough stuff you fight is also Papega, man. You go look at Bygone. I can literally go clear freaking Boundless Realm, like, was it 65? Without looking at the screen, depending on the boss. Because I just need to do my rotation and that's it. I just do my rotation that I memorized like 10,000 years ago. And that's all that matters. As long as I'm targeting the boss with like whatever. That's all it is, because it is like a literal health sponge. The idea is fighting the timer, that's something that plagues every gacha, regardless of genre. It's artificial, exactly. There is no creativity going on in these fights. It's in all of them. They all suck because of that. It's just there. They just put a big fucking health sponge in there. You can have all those crazy moves in the moveset, whatever. It doesn't matter. You just use whatever does the most damage. You look at like average top kid that has like 20,000 freaking attack options. But you only use the same like 3 things like per unit that you're using, because you're only going to use the one that does the most damage. There's no actual reason for you to use the other ones, unless it's like, oh, funny, I can make a thing pole dance, or oh, I can ride on a motorcycle as a mount, or I can ride on a broom as a mount, or I can transform into a dragonfly or a butterfly and float around. Like that type of stuff. Or I can do the whatever you want to call faces poses, which is like floating. Or I can use a plunge thing to fall faster at an angle. Or if I hold dodge, I can use rebellious wings to ascend really high for like movement. Or if I animation cancel with the jetpack on the second hit of Claudia's aerial combo, I can launch myself really far, really fast. Oh yeah, it's because we turned it off. Yeah, you know why? Because everyone turns it off. It's partly because the problem with having impact, okay? I actually have a nice example of what happens if you have too much impact. I use a Sonic game as an example, but this was like a quick one. I didn't like make an actual proper comparison here. But so this is what you're gonna look at is footage of Sonic Frontiers first. Okay. We're gonna look at homing attack. We have Sonic Frontiers here. I made sure to pick the exact same stage for both. Right? So we're just gonna get through here this part first. This is the start of the level. Right, so you have the homing attack from Sonic Frontiers. Again. Right, and then we'll go to the Sonic Generations one. Chemical Plant. This one has way less impact, but, you know, there's a big difference here. The problem is, you can have impact, having that hit feedback and impact, it can be a big pace breaker. And if you're just trying to get your stuff out quickly, it can get really annoying. I think this is a more extreme example of, like, just how much of a difference it makes. But, like, you can obviously, this is a lot faster. Generations is faster. Yeah, but then, like, in ToF as well, like, we also just have a setting to turn off hit feedback. Because it increases our damage. Like, just not having that slowdown does give you a damage increase. It is a setting that, like, everyone turns off. So, like, you add that on top, and you want to do it because you'll do more damage. But yeah. But like, yeah, in ToF, we have a setting right here. We turn it off. We just turn it off. We turn it off so we don't have to deal with it. Also, a lot of people just turn off camera vibrations. And there's a couple other effects that people turn off. Because it becomes a distraction. You turn off, like, camera shake, camera vibration and everything. And then, like, yeah, you turned them off. NT had the option to turn off those things too, by the way. But, like, yeah, turning off this, turning off the display skill preview. What was the other one as well that we would turn off? What was the other setting? Where was it? Where'd they move it? But, like, we would, like, turn off specific settings with the camera. And stuff like that. Where was that setting before? I'm trying to remember where it was. Because, like, there was, like, another thing I would turn off. On top of just camera vibration stuff. I think I have to be logged in game to see it. Right, like, the thing is, you turn it off, it's like, and then you complain about it. Like, if you turn off a setting and then, like, it affects that and you complain about it, it's kind of weird. Because it's like you chose to get rid of it. Because, like, yeah, having camera shake and vibration stuff, it does, you know, lessen the impact feel there, too. That is part of it. You turn off some of the sound, you adjust it. Again, like, that's part of it, right? You turn it off. If you turn off hit pause, you turn off camera vibration, you turn off the display skill preview stuff. Like, if you turn off those types of things, it's kind of on you. And, like, a lot of people will do that stuff anyways. They'll turn them off. Wait, which one did I open? Why is it, like, loading the thing wrong? That's not the settings I normally have. I don't remember where the other one was. But, like, yeah. Yeah, you also play a fighting game, and impact thing is huge. Sometimes you have the thing to confirm stuff. It depends, because, like, you also have crazy cancels in those fighting games, too. I mean, I guess. Yeah, I don't really care that much. In some cases, I find it a distraction. So I prefer to turn it off. In some cases, like, I just find it, like, just straight up a distraction and kind of annoying. So it's like, if I can turn it off, I'll turn it off. Yeah, I forgot where that setting was moved. I don't know. But yeah. Fair enough, but yeah. It feels like you're hitting things with tinfoil. Yeah, that's what it feels like to me too. It feels like I'm being heavily impeded. Exactly. That's the feeling I get too. I feel like I'm being heavily impeded. You're like, yeah, I'm hitting them with tinfoil. NT is not, yeah. The thing is though, like, there's other shit to do outside of combat. Like, to be honest, I spent most of my time when I played the NTE beta outside of combat. The combat, I only did it because I needed to. I didn't really care too much of the combat. It's not going to be as important and not something you're going to be doing as often as you might think. And, like, the thing is, like, the way I play some of these, like, I don't care about going into combat most of the time. In some cases, I like to avoid it. But actually, yeah, no, like, the WUA thing, like, the constant experience of when I would play it is the fact that I would feel impeded. Like, I get it. Like, it's cool that they made it so, like, you can run without stamina. But then as soon as you aggro something, you start using stamina. I'm like, what the hell's the point then? Like, what the hell's the point if I'm still going to have to deal with stamina if I don't want to, like, fight the freaking trash mobs? It's, like, super annoying. Like, there's, like, so many small little things. It's like, they did it kinda to spite Genshin, rather than actually trying to fix the problem. It's like, they'll take the problem and only slightly adjust one aspect of it, but the problem is still there. And it would just pile on. It just felt like they were being petty to me. At the same time, it's like they undid everything they learned when they made PGR2, which was like another, like, slap in the face. It's like, yeah, I did play PGR at one point for about a year. Part of, like, I had my own other issues that led to me, like, stopping to play it. But parts of it was more like, was dealt with, how terrible their optimization in the PC client was, and the weird workarounds and fixes I had to do to get it to work, and constantly. It was that part. And then, like, the other one is just, like, it just got annoying just how much more spongier things were getting. And, like, I got tired of doing the thing like a chore. The open world in Genshin WoW are pointless, yeah. I mean, you pass most of the time, exactly, it's inside of an arena. It sucks. There's, like, no point of their open world. They're not using it. It's, like, it is, like, actually just awful, the open world there. And then, like, the thing is, like, they put puzzles in there, and, like, okay, cool. But then you see what puzzles they put in there, and, like, it's like, really? It's just this boring garbage, and you repeat it over and over and over again? Like, none of them are creative or interesting. And then, like, all you're doing is just to get your Pepega Primogem or whatever at the end. Your Primogem or wave play, and it's, like, a very Pepega amount. Rather than them actually trying to design and craft something interesting there. It's just a bunch of stuff they just randomly placed there because they couldn't figure out what to do. Like, use the open world. Race? Sure. You can add, like, racing, and, like, you can go race specific things. I don't know, like, oh, hey, you have water. How about like, a surfboard race, or a jet ski race, or a boat race, right? They have boat in Genshin you can drive. Parkour challenges? Parkour challenges is another issue there, too. You technically had them in WoW, but most of them were heavily automated in, like, various weird ways, where it's, like, the jokes people would give to, like, Sonic Forces with some of the stages literally just being, like, you can play, like, freaking, what was that stage with one hand? Because of how much automation, it's kind of the same feel, but the thing in there in WoW, the WoW version, because there's no actual level design or thought put into it either. It's not open world, there's a lot of puzzles there too, but yeah, open world's not needed. And the thing is, there are, like, other ways to make cool little puzzle challenges. There are entire games that are 3D puzzle games. You ever go play something like Portal, or, like, even small indie games, like, stuff like Stray is really fun and really cool. Here's the thing, on-rails can work. It's just that you have to keep in mind, if you're making something on rails, to still find a way to make it interesting and engaging, right? There's a lot of cool on-rail shooter-type games out there, right? And then, like that's, like, a genre of games. Like, there are literally, like, shooters that you can play, where, like, yeah, your movement is on rails, but the experience is still engaging despite the fact that, like, yeah, you already have a fixed movement path, but you still have to deal with other stuff around it. Doing right because you actually use the world. Exactly. With NTE, you also actually use the world, which is great. Enfield, if they're actually gonna make use of the world, then at least they justified the purpose of having the open world, right? I just wonder how relevant that is, right? And hopefully they don't screw that part up, because, like, yeah, honestly, like, factory base building stuff can be extremely addicting. It can be. Anyone who's played stuff like games like Factorio, Satisfactory, or even just, like, base management and, like, Pal World, you know what's up. You know what's up, right? Like even though it's like you're effectively just playing a flowchart simulator, that stuff can be strangely addicting in its own weird way. It can be. What matters is just, like, how you go about it, right? Level design is also important if you want to treat it a different way, right? With Infinity Nikki, right? Like, the thing is, if you ripped away the gacha from Infinity Nikki, remove the dress-up stuff, and just decided, okay, you know what? We'll just change Nikki to a dude. We'll give him we'll make him Italian. Give him a mustache. Give him a brother. Put a princess in another castle. Make him red and blue. Make his brother green and blue. What you got there? It's a fucking Mario game. Right? Like, freaking Infinity Nikki might as well be a fucking Mario game mixed with the other vibes there, the freaking dress-up stuff. Like, it actually feels like if you play that one, like, you're actually playing a fucking game there. They actually have level design and stuff in there. You're not really as bogged down by the crap around it. Right? And it's like, yeah, sure, you can go mint picking and go grab materials. But also, you just, at some point, you unlock the ability to get them passively. So you don't have to even do that. As long as you collect the material once, you can get the material passively through the AFK thingy. Yeah, part of the fun you had in Fallout 4 was making your own home, yeah. But you can make towers to help fights. People are theorizing that the devs are cooking some events where you defend your factory. Oh, that could be fun. Like, base raids? Base raids are fun. In like, these types of, like, survival games and stuff like that. They can be quite fun. Depending on how they handle it, yeah. Like, that could be really cool. It increases your attachment to your base that you set up, right? It makes you more invested and involved in it. Especially if there's, like, consequences and stuff around it. We'll see, though. Right, I do want to try it, though. I do want to try it. Because, like, yeah, it does interest me. Oh yeah, we don't need to be on this Sonic Generations gameplay. But yeah. We were back to the thing was doomed.
Existence of holograms and truly difficult meaning content. Yep, and no baby game.
I mean, if they wanted to be truly difficult, meaningful content, they would get rid of you being able to buy power and just give you a bunch of preset stuff. Heck, if they wanted to, they would just be like, okay, fine. We'll set every character to the max 7 dupes with their best in slot equipment and weapon at max, scale the entire content around that, and give it to everyone when they do it. Right? Like, and if you're not leveled up, we'll just level you up automatically. If they did that, then sure. They could actually genuinely make something out of it. But they didn't do that. Like, that's not what they do. That's not what Kuro does. They would have to add, like, I guess, a balance mode of sorts to the holograms. Because otherwise, it's like, yeah, just go buy more power and you're done, and you can clear it if you're having issues. It's not like some really crazy achievement or anything.
Paimon, there's not really anything else they could do. Genuinely, I don't know, and I would love to know what EO suggests they do for this. The only way they separate it from Genshin Plus is to make a completely different game. There is actually no way to do this.
Yeah.
There is no way to do this.
Exactly.
Case in point, chat, give me one example on how they could do this. Are you noticing how every single comment that was just said was nonsensical, or I don't know? There is actually no way to do that. So what they need to do is they need to just show that they are the better Genshin, right? And so far, I think they're doing a fine job doing that.
That's extremely petty.
For what they set out to do, I think they're doing a fine job. Most of the systems in Wuwa have no...
What? They really want to be like, yeah, just show that you're the better Genshin. Then why do you still have all of Genshin's issues? Why do they still have all of Genshin's problems? If they truly were the better Genshin. Right? Like, that's what Tecton's trying to say. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. If I was to play both games only for the initial 1.0 content, Genshin is 100% better than Wuwa 1.0. Genshin 1.0 is 100% better than Wuwa. Wuwa 1.0. But Genshin 1.0 is a completely different game than what you end up with Genshin now. Yeah, they think it's difficult, yeah. Yeah, they're coping, exactly. They just want things to be fun, not hard. Right? The thing needs to be fun. Sometimes I wonder if they even know what they're even there for. Are they there? Do they want the game to actually be fun? Or not? Right? And like, the thing is, it's not that outlandish of a take either. Because like, we literally have people in the industry who think games don't need to be fun. Right? Like, you have people like Neil Druckmann who says they don't like to use the word fun or something. Right? So let me see if I can find it again. They don't like to use the word fun. This dude. Right, the Naughty Dog, like the leader of like Naughty Dog, right? The guy in charge of Naughty Dog. Right? The director for like their games. Right? And this is Naughty Dog of the Naughty Dog of today. Right? This is not Naughty Dog of the past where they actually genuinely made cool, fun games. Right? And then, like, you see the direction and what you end up seeing with these games there, and why people are mad at the next game that they announced at the Game Awards as well. Because, like, they seem to forget the most important part of these things. Right? And they don't like to use the word fun. Right? This is, like, the mindset there. And then you have people out there, they forget about this 3-letter word. They keep forgetting about that. They're too busy trying to be, same thing with Kuro, right? They're too focused on trying to one-up Genshin, but, like, only just enough to say that they're slightly better in that way, technically. But without actually addressing the problems and fixing them, at the same time, like, it just passes off as being extremely petty. Because they can't get over Genshin there. Like, that's the kind of thing there. Rather than taking what was good and making more of that, improving upon it, especially where like Genshin completely abandoned and forgotten about. Right, because Genshin 1.0, you had so many cool little things and mechanics in Genshin 1.0 that do not exist outside of the initial Mondstadt prologue. You have things like that flying chasing thing with the dragon, right? Where you're doing that shoot 'em up. You have the thing where you have that gliding tutorial or whatever, where then like they give you like stuff to go airdrop and start dropping bombs and stuff on the hilly trails and stuff like that. You had like cool little puzzles in dungeons, like you were playing a fucking Pepega Zelda ripoff in Genshin 1.0. You had those experiences. Genshin never went back and expanded upon it. You had a lot of cool stuff, right? And that was the thing. Like the thing is, that's part of what hooked people into Genshin. There was a hook there, but with WoW, I don't know where the hook is. Genshin completely abandoned all the cool stuff that could have been fun. Were they hard? No. The fucking Genshin is easy. But they were still interesting and engaging there for the players. The combat didn't need to be super fast either. It was just interesting enough, especially with the gimmick there, with the reactions, especially when people didn't know the actual math and how everything was calculated. It was a different experience and different feeling back then. Unfortunately, Genshin didn't stay that way. It didn't, unfortunately. But, like, it had those highs that, like, yeah, this is the problem. WoW does not have any of those. It's just, we just want to one-up and just be petty over what Genshin is now, not what Genshin was. Then they copy all of Genshin and just do a slight change to the thing, rather than, but they only do it what's today's Genshin, and not what was great that hooked people in. And there's a lot of people that probably still play Genshin, that they're deep down, they're probably hoping, or they're hoping, that they'll actually go back to those cool things in there. But no. Actually, another thing too is the bosses in Genshin, some of the boss fights, they're a lot more interesting than some of these other gachas there. These single player gachas, some of them. Some of them are just Pepega health sponges, but some of them, like I remember when you had to fight the water boss thingy, like in the leeway thing, or like the original fight against Dvalin when you're like a new player. You're like you just started playing the game, whatever. You go through, right? You get past the wind barrier, you climb all the way up that little tower thing, and then you go fight the dragon there on those platforms and stuff like that. It's like putting it's like it slowly puts you have all these wind currents and stuff you can use to ride and glide to other platforms. It's putting hazards on the ground, and then after you weaken it enough, right, it'll fall down, right, and you can go climb onto it and go hit its weak spot. Like, it's a very simple, like, easy fight, but at least it was, like, a lot more interesting and engaging there. You actually got to make use of some of the game's mechanics, right? You had the ability to jump. The fucking fight didn't feel flat. It felt like a 3D. You could glide. You climbed the boss. Right? You had all these small aspects in there. You had to pay attention to the ground, the terrain on the ground, because the thing would slowly, like, put poison or whatever on there that would, like, kill you if you stood in there. You had, like, all those small little things that made it interesting and engaging. Like, you had that at the start. Right? It didn't have to be hard. It just had to be fun and engaging. And that's what they've kind of gone away from and forgotten. And that's kind of the problem there. Right? And WoW doesn't solve that either. They haven't done anything like that, at least from what I've seen. They forget that aspect. And it's unfortunate, but that's just what it is. Like, NT, at least, they're trying with the whole anomaly stuff, transforming and changing the scenes and stuff. But they need to work on the encounter design after you've gone through those transitions. Because, like, yeah, when I played in the beta, they were just boring health sponges. They didn't have those same vibes and feels to be, like, interesting and engaging, like the initial version of Genshin 1.0 was with those encounters. Right, like, it's missing that. But, like, yeah, that's what they forget.
Real purpose relative to the game itself which further separates the identity, i.e. multiple features inspired from other mediums, but not fleshed out enough to be a part of their own game.
Yep.
I really don't think EO understands how vague these comments are to where they almost make no sense. Like, to say that most of the systems have no purpose relative to the game itself, which further separates the identity, is the most nonsensical, vague yap I have seen in forever. Are you noticing how not a single example is listed here? I'm not saying that he couldn't give an example, but when you make one of these be-all, end-all, mass constructive criticism posts, you actually have to tell them what they should do, right? This whole post is the most Mickey Mouse third grade, I think they should do this. I think they should make the game better by making it awesome. Like, this shit isn't even saying anything. Like, oh, dude, I think they should make Pokemon cooler. I don't really know how, but I think they should make it more epic. I'm looking at this in the most charitable way. It might be juggling animations co-op. So Genshin already has co-op. Genshin already has animation canceling. For juggling, oh, so it's just Genshin with juggling? You know what I'm saying? Like, Wuthering Waves' combat is so much more intricate than Genshin Impact. At such a deep, deep level.
How?
From the parries,
you just press the left click button or your attack button at the right time. It's telegraphed for you. Okay? It is not deep. How is it deep? It's not like there's anything there. It's not like they made attacks and stuff like that. That like you really can't be forced to do specific things onto them. But like, sure. Even then, you just move out of the way. Oh boy. Not hard.
Iframe dodges that cause slow-mo to increase more damage, as well as the break meter. And even that is not enough to not just call it Genshin with better combat.
It's like, the thing is, it's like, is it really?
There is no way to break out from that mold. There's no way. Immerse the players in the actual game, not the concept of better than Genshin.
Yeah, this I agree with this one. But like, with what they put out, do you want to get immersed in it? Especially if you're just trying to mash the escape button so you skip all the story and everything. It's like, do you even want to be immersed into it with how terrible it is? Do you even want to be immersed? I wonder.
So I think you should make your game more immersive to the actual game, not the concept. Bro, when you make posts like this, when you say a game needs to get... Like, do you guys understand? If these comments were to go into a Wuthering Waves get better board, they would laugh at the guy and tell him to get the fuck out of the room. Straight up. This post says nothing. Yeah, for example, I did something similar to this, but I did it in a video format and gave ways I thought they could move. Exactly. Like, this vague criticism does nothing. This whole post is, I think they should make the game better. Wuwa is missing the glue to the system. Top 3 most important to the game's problems. What the fuck does that even mean? Like, and you have to understand this. If EO sees this video and then elaborates on what he meant, it still doesn't negate the fact that this post does nothing. Because it literally does nothing. Wuwa needs more glue. What the fuck are we even saying? This dude is crashing out on Wuthering Waves, saying it needs all these things and then providing no alternative. And I'm sorry, if you say this thing needs to be better and you're not giving criticism on what exact thing you're talking about, you're just not helping. I'm hoping he at least talks about what creators he's talking about so I can ask him. Hopefully he's specific about that. I'm hoping for V2 hitting the ground hard and handling a lot of issues that have been brought to light. Like what? As well as those that are major problems. Like what? But the vocal minority has shunned. This sentence structure didn't even make any fucking sense. A lot of these can be solved with pretty willing effort and parties. Tons of people like to pull the wool over their eyes when they smell the house burning, but then it's too late. Bro said nothing in this entire post. Is he at least specific about the content creators he talked to? Oh, here we go. All right, EO, name the creators you talked to. Need to hear where these takes are coming from. I'm not naming shit. He won't even be specific about who he talked to for this? What the fuck? Not naming shit on here for low IQ Twitter's users to bitch and moan at them about Lamau. I'll just DM you. Why does bro need to be vague about what CCs he talked to about these issues? Those are some damn good points. V, what point did he make in this whole post? V, are you here? What? He didn't make a single point in the whole post. Wuthering Wave's downfall is over-exaggerating, especially when it's positive reception for the most part in CN, KR, and JP. It's not an exaggeration. It's a this or that positive reception within the space. Outside the space, we're being labeled anything but positive. As I said, public perception. Proof? The game is making tens of millions of dollars globally. How do people see posts like this and not just say, bro, you said nothing in this whole
But I wonder if they're making a profit. They probably are not, though.
All that and didn't say a single word. That's just insane to me. I really hope that people understand that, like, when you say game needs to be better, and I mean, I'm going to go through this whole post again. Guys, I shit you not. Some amazing creators about the potential. Nothing specific. Wuwa's downfall. If they continue down a path, what path? Criticism is not y'all's enemy. The company themselves say they want criticism. Figureheads of the space. Who? Police shame the community together. For what? S-tier content that isn't React's guides. Still vague. Kuro needs to get more directly involved with benefiting their creators. Like who? Also, other companies don't do that. Kuro's going to fail at their vision. What's their vision? If they don't quickly establish Wu as his own thing and not a Genshin plus XYZ, there's no way to do that. Most of the systems in Wu have no real purpose relative to the game. Which systems? Which further separates the identity? What identity? Multiple features from other mediums, but not fleshed out enough for their own game. Doesn't even make any sense. Immerse the players in the game, not in the concept of better than Genshin. What does that mean? Wu is missing the glue. Top 3 most important games problems. And the crazy thing is, I know he's going to get upset at this react. But the thing is, you can't go live and vague post that hard saying you're trying to make the game better and then provide literally nothing. Like, literally. And guys, correct me if I'm wrong. Name me one thing that he actually said that was palpable. I'm going to be real. I'm not trying to sound like I have a big head or anything. But I think dedicated WooR creators are me and Saint and a few others. And I think none of us would agree with this. Yeah. I mean, I don't. That's. Sorry, guys. That is just fucking weird to me. Really, that is just a weird fucking post. That is just weird. Like, bro crashed out on this post, saying how horrible Wuwa was, said fix it, and then provided nothing. Creators, when you say something needs to improve, say how. Otherwise, you're not really doing anything other than farming confirmation bias individuals who just want to say Wuwa bad. And it's the same thing I did with Genshin Impact. Every time I shit talk Genshin, I said, this is bad, this is how they make it better.
Okay, well, you know, we'll just go look at the Arknights gameplay. I haven't seen it yet. Let's see this. Okay. We have a character walking in this world here, open world area here. NPCs are pretty static though, but hey, at least it looks like your party members can follow you. So like, it's not completely fully static there. At least it looks like they're following you around. Right? Like, it looks like they're following you at least. Yeah. So they're just walking around their little town there. They're not in this building. Or not town, city. Hopefully, like, they at least make it look so the NPCs are a bit more lively. Because, like, right now, they're just kind of standing there. Hopefully they can figure out how to like make it so like when they eventually release this or whatever, the NPCs are a bit more lively, they look like they're working or whatever. Because like right now it just looks like they're just standing there. That's it. They're just standing there T-posing. No, not really T-posing, but like they're just standing there. They don't even have like an idle animation or anything. Hopefully they can figure that out. Right? But like, hey, they can load a bunch of NPCs in here. Right? Like it's like you like it's kind of funny sometimes when you look in these things. Like you have an NPC just standing in front of a sign. It's like, how long do you need to look at the sign? The NPC is doing nothing. They're posing, yeah. No. If the game like lags out or whatever and glitches or whatever, you load in too quickly, you'll see them T-pose before they default to that position. They're just standing there menacingly. Not even, man. But like, hopefully they can cook up something. At least these guys are walking. Right? Those NPCs at least are walking around, except for that one. That one's just standing there. But they have like an NPC walking around that was slouched. So at least there's something with that one. Right? So this UI stuff, okay. I mean, this doesn't really mean anything to me. I guess it's like a skill list or whatever. Okay. Like, if you stop moving, they should make it so like the characters that are in your party or whatever, they also do like an idle animation or something. I don't know. You got Panda over here. Yeah. Panda with sunglasses. Okay. Okay. The character designs look nice. I don't know why they're showing us like UI stuff though. Like the UI stuff shouldn't really mean anything to you when you don't have context for it, right? I guess it looks like there's like just a bunch of ores and stuff like that you gotta deal with. Hopefully you don't have to deal with that like annoying crap as much. To like upgrade your stuff, or like you just deal with it all being your factory. Because like no way in hell are you gonna go, like are like most people gonna want to go nitpicking, man. Especially if we can do factory stuff. At least the characters will attack with you, but you know. I wonder if there's like more to it, or is just that? I don't know. Looks like a single player, and then you just have your party members AI controlled. Right? Yeah, no way it's not. No way it's not gonna be MMO. No, I doubt it. Right. Okay, they're at the. Okay, you can like zip line. Okay. So like you can set these like zip line outpost things. Okay, what's here? There's a bunch of stuff being moved around in here. Okay, so this is like the UI stuff for like adding stuff in here, deploying stuff. Okay. Right, so factory stuff. I wonder if you can like get vehicles and stuff too. Because like the map looks really big. Right, if you can get like vehicles like a quad bike or something, a dirt bike, or like a Humvee or something, a Jeep or whatever, that could be nice for like getting around. Especially because they got all these roads, or like a truck or a tank or something. It'd be nice if like you could get like a vehicle to move around or something like that. That'd be cool. Right? Like that would be cool if they could, cause like you can have like roads and stuff. It'd be nice if they can like cook that stuff. Right, like that would be cool if they can like get that worked on. I do wonder though if it's just setting up your bases or whatever, or if there's like more to the world they have here. Right? Like, is this just gonna be like a factory building simulator with anime waifus? Or are they gonna try to do more? Oh yeah, you can have like towers attack these monsters here. So like they can try to do like tower defense stuff on top. So at least there's that interesting aspect there. You can't put it everywhere, I see.
Huh? 那边似乎有什么东西。太好了，正是我们所需要的。
They're going to need... Okay, that thing there... They need to make it so that when you loot a chest, that you automatically pick up everything inside. Don't drop it on the ground. Hopefully they will do that, right? I remember the Woo-Woo CBT, it was a bit of a pain. I remember something on the slope, and we had like a clip where like a bunch of loot fell down the slope. You need power lines? Fair enough. I guess like you would just set that up. But that said, like let me go back to this thing here. Right? They need to not make, because like here's something that's like annoying. I don't know if you get annoyed by this too, but like they opened this chest, right? They got a currency as soon as they opened it. Right? You can see that here. They got 120 or something. But then they put all the contents of the chest on the ground. Like it's kind of weird that you have like this being sped out, but this other thing just being dropped directly into your inventory. Like, couldn't they just put all the stuff in your inventory instead directly? What's the point of having this all fall out here? Like, I guess if they wanted to have the visual, but then, like, just have it so it automatically goes in your inventory. Right? Like, at least, when I played the NTE beta, when you had stuff like this, right, the drops would like come out, it would show it coming out, but it would automatically just go inside your character. Like it automatically get pulled into your character into the inventory. It was more like they just did it for a visual to say, oh, you got something. But they just put the stuff directly in your inventory. I'm hoping they can do that as well, because this is kind of a bit annoying to pick up everything manually, right? And when they could just put it in your inventory, because like they already show that they can put this thing directly in your inventory, but the other stuff is not. They should just make it auto loot, right? It's 2024. Like it's just 2024. That should be a given. Heck, we've had live service open world games be doing this shit 20 years ago, where you open the chest and the contents of the chest went directly into your inventory. If you didn't loot it from the chest to put it in your inventory, it would just stay inside that chest until you went and took it. Right? We've had that in live service games for 20 years. Right? At least 20 years. Probably even older. I don't know. The oldest live service game that I've ever played was World of Warcraft. And that was what I was referring to. When there was a chest there, you loot it, right? If you didn't take the item from the chest, it would stay in the chest until either the chest despawned, right? Or someone else took it. Right, that was like kind of how the thing worked. Yeah, inventory management. Yeah. I mean, that's like, I get it, inventory management. But they can still find a way to make that handled. Like, some of these games will just mail you the item, and then you can't take out the item and use it until you fix that. So, like, I would still say just dump it in your inventory, and then if your inventory is full, put it in your mailbox. Like a lot of these games have done that too. Like fucking World of Warcraft did that too. I remember like sometimes you would loot things, whatever, inventory's full. Back in the day when I played it, it would just mail it to you. mail you certain things that was like yours. I remember. They would do stuff like that instead of you just having to empty it out. They didn't always do it. It was like very limited to when they would mail you the stuff. It would like track it as, oh, you lost or forgotten loot or items or whatever, and they would mail it to you. But this was like one of the later expansions that added that as a feature. But yeah, like just mail it, like right? Just put in the mailbox. Cause it's like until you clear out your inventory, you can't use it anyways, right? It's not like you can actually make use of the thing. Yeah, it's just a feature. I haven't played World of Warcraft in forever, man. I quit after Legion became what it was. Well, I quit during Legion. I haven't touched World of Warcraft in like how many years now? 8 years or something? It's a long ass time.
正是我们所需要的。
But yeah, like it's a small thing I hope they do something about. Just make it a lot more just easier to mess around with. It's just a small little quality of life thing. What's this here? Can you like get like a fishing boat or something? Oh no, you can have a raft. Okay. You can ride the raft. Okay, and I guess the raft is powered or something? Okay. That's cool. Can you like steer it or is it like... Is it just fixed? It looks like it's fixed here. No swimming? I mean, that's fine. Okay, yeah, nope, the management looks like a feature. I see, fair enough. I still think, like, the mailbox thing could be nice. Mix both. We'd have to see, though, how, like, it gets handled. I haven't, obviously, played it. I also wonder, like, how it would handle, like, items spawning in your world if it'll despawn them after some time. Pro tag not water resistant. I mean, that's fine. What, they allergic to water? No, they're allergic to water like Nikki. She just instantly dies when touching water. Surely. Surely that's not the case. Thanks for the follow as well, Witchkin. Get instantly dissolved, yeah. Just allergic. Extreme allergic reaction, you know? And then they have like all these zipline port spots. Okay. You can ping them up. But yeah, like the factory stuff does look really cool. And like you can transport stuff. You know, you can go make, I guess, you can go pump your own resources, whatever. Maybe you got an oil. You pump in your oil and transporting it to power your factory. You'd be drilling for your oil. I don't, like, here's the thing though, I don't know how people are gonna do. What I will say is I have no idea how people are gonna play this on their phone. Like, I'm gonna be honest. As cool as some of the stuff with the factory stuff is, how the hell are people gonna play this on their phone? How the hell are people gonna play this on their phone? I wonder. Wait, what? Some gacha players already complaining of having to build a base from scratch. I thought that was pretty cool though. I mean, base building is fun. That's some cool, fun stuff. Yeah, Minecraft. MC is a descendant of Sonic lineage. I don't know, man. Like yeah, people are lazy. Yeah, they are. They want the instant gratification, but at the same time, they don't also complain about aspects that's like artificially stalling them for playtime. Right? Like, you look at some of the battle passes in some of these gachas, especially with like Genshin's and Wuwas, where I think they're like the absolute worst of them, where like the entire value of the battle pass is them literally just selling you a month's worth of materials that you get from spinning your resin or wave plates, rather than anything else, because they just make it such a pain to farm up and grab the materials to upgrade your characters, right? But then again, they complain about freaking base building and like actually playing the game. It's really weird, right? And at the same time too, they're cheering over like some of the most like Pepega half-assed shit. Even though this stuff is still a problem, rather than getting to like solve arbitrary problems that they created. But yeah. I mean, it's cool that the tubes are taking water from the river, though. Yeah, exactly. You need water to cool something, or you need water to, like, as, like, a catalyst or whatever, just pump the water. That's cool. Yeah, it is cool. I wonder how in-depth this stuff is. Because that's, like, genuinely like, the really interesting part of this. And, like, what actually interests me. I couldn't give two shits about the combat, to be honest. Unless maybe you can, like, do tower defense stuff. But, like, who knows like to what extent that'll be. But the factory building stuff and the base building, that can be a lot of fun and addicting depending on how they handle it. We'll have to see though. I definitely want to try this stuff. Okay, like if you have a farm too. I wonder if you can like have an automated farm here. Like if you can make the farming automated too. That could be cool if you can have this stuff like be automated as well. Who knows? But yeah, like the focus here seems to be on the base stuff. Right, and like you can put all your zip lines across. No, what would be cool though is like on top of like zip lines, if you could like make like mine carts or whatever to like transport stuff. Or like you can have just tracks and stuff railed up and like just build your own like little trains or whatever, like cargo transport trains, and just have it like as like a way to travel between bases. That could be cool if you could build those on top of just these zip lines. Like make it like a final like upgrade version or whatever. You get like a faster like bullet train to just launch yourself between them. That could be fun. Yeah, it does look cool. I just don't know how the hell people are gonna play this on their phone. Exactly, like... How the hell are people gonna play this on their phone? I wonder. Booyah. Okay. I go over here. Alright, we're back in their like little building here. There's a bunch of little character portraits in there. Are there like, do you assign characters to work or something? Maybe? Yeah, the ultimate auto farm, yeah.
我时常聆听到针织在向所有人低语，通过一种轻微的嗡鸣声。
Okay, they're just walking around here. Is this some sort of other management system here? Or something? Oh, this is like the... Who knows? Like, I wonder if you can, like, expand your, like, factory stuff to, like, actually build buildings and stuff like that, too. Like, I really wonder, like, how much... Like, how deep of a level they're going with this stuff. Like, cause, like, imagine if you can, like, actually just build your own buildings and stuff like that. And, like, actually build this shit out in-game. On top of just those machines there. For your little assembly line. Because if you're gonna, like, build up buildings like this on top, that could be cool. Sadly though, these characters aren't exactly super expressive or anything, unfortunately. I'm gonna guess they're giving a gift to that character, friendship gift. But yeah, that's something they'll have to work on, man. These characters, they don't really do anything. They don't look like they're doing anything. A lot of them are just standing around doing nothing as well. Hopefully they can find a way to, like, make them a bit more expressive and everything. Just make it so it feels like they're more alive, you know? Yeah, hopefully he's Cractorial waifu, yeah, exactly. Cractorial waifu. That'd be good stuff if it is. You might get back to Arknut if it is, yeah. I just don't know how you guys are gonna play this on your phone. Like, it's like, the thing is, right? In terms of the inputs and stuff, when I saw, like, dealing with the actual, base stuff, right? Like, I don't know how people are gonna play it on their phone. Right? Because, like, I assume, like, this is gonna be for your phone as well. But, like... What was that part? Where was it? But, like, they like, showed up the UI a bit. Where'd I see that? Where was it? It's like around here or something. Oh wait, no, wait. Where was it? Well, this part, like, how the fuck are you gonna deal with this on your phone, man? Especially with, like, how small the phone screens are. And stuff like that. How the fuck are people going to play this on their phone? This part, I don't know how people are gonna play on their phone. Yeah, NTE does look a lot more realistic on a phone to play than this. Because, like, NTE does not have this aspect there. Do it. Like, it's a lot of, like, just, like, again, like, you can play, like, GTA on your phone, right? Obviously not GTA 5. But, like, there's, like, GTA San Andreas and stuff that you can get and play on your phone. Right? And, like, that stuff would work. But, like, this type of thing, I don't know how people are gonna play this on their phone. I wish them luck, because, like, I'd like to see them try, but I don't know how the hell people are gonna play this on their phone and deal with this type of stuff. I don't know. Maybe you can zoom in. Who knows? But, like, this is, like, the most interesting part. But I feel like it's gonna be kind of weird for people to be able to do this on their phone. I don't know. Right? We'd have to wait and see, obviously. But this is, like, probably the coolest part here. Like, it definitely has my attention and interest, this part. Yeah, Factorio, yeah.
那里似乎有什么东西，初步判断没有危险性。
Really? Doesn't look hard? You play games like this on phone. Okay, well, if they can figure it out, then that's all that matters, right? I don't really play games on phone, so, like, I don't know too much. the same time though, like, I don't think this is like the type of game you would just pick up and like go in quickly in short bursts on your phone either. This is a sit down, I'm gonna play this game for a couple of hours type of thing. That's what it looks like here. Really, it looks like I'm gonna just sit down and do this over like an extended period of time, not just, you know, go in for a bit. I see. But yeah, like, it's cool. Is there like anything else to look at? I'll probably just cut out that segment and upload it as like a full-on video or something. Easy reaction video to it. Like, it looks nice. I'm really curious to see how they handle it though. Right? I wish them luck on that. I'd like to try it though. I definitely would like to try it. What's this about a battlefield killer? Did we watch this? Yeah, here, let me pull that up. There's something about Tencent tried to exploit EA's failure. They made a nightmare, oh boy.
Well, today's video's just a treat. It's going to be fun. Tencent tried to take on Battlefield and Tarkov.
Okay.
Now, I say tried because it's not exactly going well. It's far more of a Temu Battlefield kind of thing, right down to the absolute assault of Bing Bing Wahoo special amazing pop-ups every time you do anything. It's got 55% positive Steam reviews and a monetization system described as, quote, like gazing into a bottomless void from which no light can escape. That's a quote from PC Gamer's review, and everything else is basically a firm meh. The game is called Delta Force, and this is great timing because we just lost XDefiant, so come on, we need some sort of live service shooter to have some fun with. Now, this is a bizarre story. If it was simply just a boring mid-game, we wouldn't really cover it, but no, the details are just so nightmarish and strange that it absolutely is worth covering. Now, in terms of even doing this in the first place, you can see Tencent's thinking. I mean, Tarkov is successful, but it's plagued by drama. Everybody wants an extraction shooter, right? But maybe not Tarkov. Then there's Battlefield, the other thing they're targeting. Well, it's been nothing but drama. So their whole plan with Delta Force has been to beat DICE to the punch, because it's still going to be a while until the next big Battlefield. And this is all powered by an early 2000s IP that they picked up from the Embracer Group, Delta Force, that nobody remembers. Very strange. So today, let's peer into that bottomless pit and avoid such pits. Today's sponsor, who are actually now a daily habit for me. You see, I was wasting so much time doom scrolling Twitter and Reddit. Now I use Brilliant. The method is 6 build, Pathway, Hi-Fi, and Exile 2, which are off the annual plan. To start today's adventure, well, Delta Force had free-to-play company in the form of Marvel Rivals and Path of Exile 2, which are obviously different games, but they had pretty massive launches. There's going to be some overlap. Now, their 57% launch rating did rise to a delightful 64% by weekend one, and actually the player counts are not half bad. 102k on Steam, rising to 119k by the weekend, which is not bad. Battlefield 5 and 2042 both peaked around 100k, but that was well after their initial launches, and it does manage to top Grey Zone Warfare and Hunt Showdown, which had 70k and 60k peaks. That said, it can't touch Tarkov. Battlestate said that in 2020 they had hit 200k concurrence. So, there are numbers, but of course it's a big, heavily marketed, free-to-play shooter, right? And there's appetite for something new in the extraction space and in the Battlefield space. But the game is a bit of a weird mess, and it's what happens when Tencent says, okay, here's two popular things. I would like one of those and one of those. And also a single-player campaign. Turns out when you do that, it doesn't always come together perfectly. So here's a quick version of how. There are performance problems, there is no controller support, and of course being a free-to-play, it uses kernel-level anti-cheat. The problem I had though is, yeah, it actually didn't uninstall if you uninstalled the game during day one. Oh boy. That meant that people would uninstall this, but the anti-cheat solution would still be on their computer. Now, if they then went to play another game with another kernel-level anti-cheat solution, like say Easy Anti-Cheat, they would interfere with each other and people couldn't play other games. The developers Team Jade were able to fix that bug within a day, but still pretty rough. Then, of course, suffice to say, there's the obvious thing. If you're not the type to, say, gobble up all of the TikToks, and, you do that in your fresh Huawei phone, then, well, there's really no amount of privacy policy reading or assuasion of fears that will help with this game. So obviously it was contending with that. And of course, there are other grumbles. It's got a launcher. You need to use another account. But the things that actually matter, well, that's the game and how they are planning to make money from the game. Look, I don't want to shock you, but if you try to be both Battlefield and Tarkov at the same time, you're probably not going to do a great job of being either. As very much learned by Battlefield, which had Hazard Zone, the extraction shooter that they built into 2042 and very quickly jettisoned. This game also does borrow less popular elements of 2042 that are clearly geared towards monetization, like having specialists, not classes, and of course it does copy plenty of features and gadgets wholesale. What's odd is the specialists keep their gadgets in the extraction mode, and that just makes some of them far more powerful than others. And then there's the thing that, for a lack of a better word, we would just sort of call the sauce. And I think it's fair to say that this game doesn't really have the sauce. It's trying to go big, free to play, but it's not doing much that's daring or interesting or really geared towards setting itself apart from its competitors. So basically, they've went for the big free to play strategy, and in doing that, they've made a game that probably doesn't speak that much to other people. Now, it's not all bad. The gunplay is actually pretty damn solid. It does avoid the scuff nature of Battlefield 2042's launch, where basically they kind of ripped an extraction shooter and stuffed it into the mold of a combined arms shooter, because that game was a legendary development shitshow. And Team Jade's COD work absolutely shows off in the weapon customizations, which are seriously cool. But it's a bit odd that it's a Delta Force game. I mean, it's getting remade Delta Force maps. There's going to be a Black Hawk Down campaign coming in January, but it's really Delta Force in name only. So all told, the mixed rating is absolutely fair. But I promised you a bottomless pit from which no light can escape.
Oh boy.
So let's do that.
More tense and drama, okay?
How the hell do you do a big shooter, have it be a live service, and make loads of money? We see loads of companies try, and at least for Battlefield, in both 5 and 2042, those games kind of murdered themselves trying to be live services. And Tarkov has just always got monetization drama. Now, Delta Force says that it's got no pay to win, so you're probably thinking, what's the problem? Surely it's all fine. I would say no, it's not fine. Wow, they've done interesting things. So to start with, upon opening the game and after every match, you are greeted with a blast of just a half dozen notifications and icons. You've got rewards to claim in various different places. You've got challenges to complete. A big UI bonanza. The sort of thing
Alienware ad.
It's one of those games that wants you to be engaged, and it's got everything, even the basic like daily login bonus to do that. And you really can tell that Team Jade made their money from mobile. It feels like that. Now, more traditionally, there are, of course, 3 battle passes. One for the extraction mode, one for the warfare mode, or a combination of the two for $7, $7, and $10, respectively. But oddly, each pass has got a weekly limit of 25 levels. Now, the devs argued that the beta season will actually be easier to complete, which maybe is why they've actually throttled people's progress. But if so, it also implies that there'll be way more grind ahead.
Oh boy.
Now, I did say bottomless pit. Do not worry, we are far from the bottom of the pit. We've, of course, got limited time challenges and events to inject lots of tasty FOMO across the whole experience. And yes, you can, of course, buy cosmetics directly in the store. That's starting with guns and knives. And they actually alternate between real money and in-game currency. And then there's the bundles. Here's one, $70. And it's not just that there's bundles here. You get a short video ad for the bundle just about every time you open up the store. And I'm not done. So we've got Gacha on top of that. Because of course we do. If you've got hard liquor, it is time to neck it all right now. So here we go. Delta Force has got currencies, many of them, and we're going to begin with the humble Mandelbrick. The Mandelbrick. So the Mandelbrick is a loot box with a premium skin or effect bundle inside. And the way they work is you can earn them from being a top 25% player in the Battlefield mode, extracting the loot box in the extraction mode, or completing challenges. But a Mandelbrick is not just what it seems. No. If you save your Mandelbrick and you buy a quantum key, yes, the quantum keys only cost $1, what you can do is use the quantum key on your Mandelbrick, and you will get better loot odds. Specifically, 0.3% for the highest tier of loot, but if you roll 75 times, you're guaranteed one of those top tier rewards, which basically just means it's extremely, extremely absurdly rare for a free-to-play player, 0.3%, I mean, come on. But for somebody who is swiping, well, they can, of course, get loads and loads and loads of them. But this is not the end. It's time for the innovation. They've actually kind of learned from Valve. So what you can do after you've rolled your 75 quantum-keyed Mandel bricks is take your extremely rare, unique iteration of a skin, and then you can sell it on the in-game marketplace. And that's where we get to another currency, Delta tickets. Those are used for the player economy.
There's so many, I'm lost already.
To roll, like every roll gives you an XP boost that you can apply to.
Hey, don't worry, they're cooking this here. Don't worry, Wawa will get this stuff too. Don't worry, trust. Surely Wawa will get this.
Of your guns, so you don't go home.
This is crazy, man.
Regardless, and basically, if you keep on playing, if you keep on just hitting and hitting and hitting and slurping up all those glorious quantum keys, you're just going to have all of this rolling XP, and then you'll be able to take part in the Valve-style, well, player-driven economy thing.
Yeah.
And that'll mean that you can spend hundreds of dollars of premium currency to acquire the unique item that you want from another player. Now, theoretically, it is of course possible to acquire some premium currency through play, but it's not going to be a lot, because things that you will get, just for free, they're not going to be that good. They won't be worth many of those tickets.
Yeah, they're not going to be worth
much. If you start swiping and, you're playing the premium version of the gacha, it'll be worth way more money. It'll be the rare stuff that you can actually sell in the store. And so you can see exactly what they're doing here. I mean, we've seen auction houses and economies in games. I mean, goddamn, the Diablo 3 real money auction house. Remember
that thing was crazy. I remember that.
I think way more similar to what Valve do in Counter-Strike 2. Just looking here, I mean, wow, the way that they've done it sure is something, combining the gacha, all the different layers of reinforcement, and basically everything that Team Jade learned from running mobile games. And the whole idea of getting something that's worth something, but then using a key, like a special premium key to open it for more, well, that's actually really smart, because it frames the Mandel brick as something that you have earned. So if you use a Mandel brick, right, if you just use that thing without, using a key, it really feels like you've just squandered the thing that you earned, because it's going to have such terrible odds. That's a real smart way of doing it and harnessing player psychology. Also, it's like literally playing the extraction shooter that can get you those. So if you win a really tense match of the extraction shooter mode, it's not going to feel great to then just open up the loot box that you earned, but the way that is specifically low value. It's pretty wild stuff, but to be honest with you, I think we're going to see more and more of this. Companies are clearly trying to work out what actually makes a shitload of money, and if this works for Tencent, they will be perfectly happy to continue. Now that we've survived that, you sort of see the point here, right? This is kind of the way the wind is blowing. Even just look at the player choice category of the Game Awards. A whole bunch of nominees were knocked out, and right now, off the top 5, 3 out of 4 are gacha games.
Yeah, that's how fucked up things are, and the problem is, the problem is how these stay there, and that's what makes it really scary.
That's testament to their size, of course, economic size as well, and the extreme engagement that they garner.
They have extreme artificial engagement, and it's really fucked up.
You can see the energy that they want to tap into here. It's very similar to the energy.
I'm just glad that none of them won anything this year, but it is extremely fucked.
Entertainment and NetEase wanted to tap into whenever they did the gacha legendary gems in Diablo Immortal. But unfortunately, for all of those examples and for Delta Force,
NetEase is the one that
I have a slight feeling
Diablo Immortal,
that the real gacha spenders will spend money for their anime boys and their anime girls a lot more than they'll spend for some tactical stuff. Funnily enough, as the Battlefield franchise found out from its own first-hand experience. So I hope you've enjoyed that little dip into hell for something altogether actually very dark but really good. Well, Path of Exile 2 and Diablo 4 are interesting games when we compare them, and not just to bash companies, but to actually see specifically how the likes of Larian and Grinding Gear are able to pull off what they pull off with the substantially lower resources that in some ways they have.
It is just crazy, man. It is crazy. It is indeed crazy. Okay. Do I do more Nikki? Because, like, I'm also just getting physically tired. Because, like, I did touch grass earlier in the day, and I had to go out. And stuff like that. It's like when I was, like, back and, like, ready to stream. I think we just cut it earlier. I guess I won't do Nikki today. I'll do it tomorrow at weekly reset. Right, it's like weekly reset tomorrow anyways. So we have stuff there, and then I still have to do the Snowbreak story. Yeah, tomorrow I guess we do weekly reset is Snowbreak story then. But yeah, Toph getting transferred, right? Who knows when that'll exactly happen, because I think the date that was leaked will change. Yeah, pretty much, it was that, yeah. I mean, that's just what happens, you know, that's life, Tara. It is what it is. Right? It is what it is. Well, we'll let my thing cook as well. It's calmed down, the engagement here, but we'll let it cook there. What game of Asmon video? What? Like, I saw a bit of, like, there was a thing where, like, Asmon actually tried to play Astro Bot. The comment on there is, yeah. I see. So there's, like, a different one of those games. Yandere game thing. Ah, I see. I mean, that's what people are into, right? They can go play that if they like. If that's what they're into. I just think the Yandere stuff kinda weird, but you know what? If that's what they like, that's what they like. It's like, yeah, it's just kinda creepy. You know? Oh wait, what the hell? But yeah, I think that is just where we'll end the stream for the night. Then, it's a bit of a shorter one, right? Only 4 hours instead of the usual. But I need to get some sleep. But yeah, it's a horror game, a super creepy one. Oh, it's a horror game. I see. But yeah. We got the reacts done, right? We got caught up there, at least. I'm gonna go get some sleep then. Right. We'll try to start the stream at least tomorrow, whatever, earlier. Because, like, we have, like, what? We got weekly resets and everything, and I want to do the Snowbreak story. Like, at least with, like, Nikki, it's just, like, no real rush or concern to do anything, because it's like, yeah, just go play it for what it is. Phasma, better, okay. Wait, we still haven't really played that one, right? We'll have to find some time at some point. I don't know. But yeah. Sunshine Coastline's a bit loud. Right, as usual though, thank you guys all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time, and I'm gonna go get some sleep. We're just ending early tonight. But yeah. See you guys. See ya.